Good afternoon. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill. Here. Hugh McManus.
I'm beside Bradford.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
I'd like to welcome all our visitors here. We see some smiling faces, and we'll be recognizing them in just a little bit. Our next bit of business is to approve the agenda. Do I hear such a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bradford?
I move to amend the agenda. I have given you all the language I'd like to add to our agenda under policy, language to two policies that you have already seen. You have it before you now. It'll go up on the screen when we get to that point. I think it can go into the policy where we are now. There's some urgency here. In this, earlier in this cycle, there's been more than one delay, and I don't want to wait for it to be rescheduled now to probably the June meeting. So I move that we add to classroom, school buildings, school grounds, and bus displays, language for policy 7300 and language for policy 3200.
Is there a second? There is a second. Discussion.
Where does she want it?
Under policy, not under policy
In the
consensus?
policy or on the agenda?
Well, probably a little bit both, but where on the agenda?
Under policy in the agenda.
Okay, because it's policy consensus, so it would have to be policy something else.
Policy underneath that.
Yeah. Policy
Underneath
for,
So are we calling it
Policy amendment.
15A?
we'll call it 15A, yes.
that, if you like.
Okay, any other discussion? Ms. Walker?
I just want to bring up that we already had our agenda review meeting, and I worry that if we keep adding things to the agenda like this at the last minute, when I don't think is an emergency situation, I feel like it's kind of going against what we've built here as far as our habits of doing meetings, et cetera. So I just wanted to voice that, because I think once we have an agenda review meeting, we have a time span, we're supposed to get things to you, and then I'm going to just dissent. I don't think we should add anything like that.
Any other discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, so I object to having this put in here because, number one, having us have to view something and vote on it is not appropriate when we haven't just seen it just now. Also, if you look at our policy development policy, it says that we are not allowed to vote on a policy that has not been properly noticed. So that isn't happening. And then number three, the correct protocol for us is to bring this to the policy committee, and Ms. Bradford had already brought it to the policy committee at our last policy committee meeting and said that she had some concerns and that wanted to look at policy 7300 and 3200 in conjunction with 5210. And so this is way out of line, way out of the protocol, and I frankly, take offense that we as colleagues are disrespected enough that we're going to try and dump something on us again last minute, and it also is in violation of several of our policies. So I would say that there is not an emergency. What's an emergency about, somebody having something displayed in their classroom? And so I think we should wait and do this at the policy committee meeting.
Okay. Everything okay, Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker? Is everything okay?
No, my computer.
Oh, okay. I thought there was, okay. All right, so we have had discussion. Ms. Bowie, would you please call, again, this is to add under 15A, policies 7200 and 3200 for discussion. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Craybill.
No.
Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes?
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
No, ma'am.
And Ms. Walker.
No.
Okay, that does pass 4-3, so we will add that in. Any other discussions or any other things? Yes, Ms. Craybill.
During our agenda review, we decided that we were adding the climate survey for 10 minutes under old business, and I don't see it here. I would like to make a motion to add climate survey 10 minutes.
Second that.
Okay, we have first and second. Any discussion?
Do we need a first and second, and we just add it? Because we approved it last week.
Yeah, we'll formally do it here.
It didn't make it to the agenda, so now we're forced to do that.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, all in favor of adding climate discussion under, you said new business?
Old.
Old business, I'm
Old
sorry.
business?
Yeah. All in
And-
favor, please
oh.
signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? So we'll add climate under old business. All right.
And one more thing, Mr. Wildebohr.
Ms. Graybill?
Before I make a motion, we had also talked about discussing the new safety committee and how it's laid out, and you had said you were going to put it in the chairman's report, so I was just making sure we were doing that, or I would ask
It
to
is.
add it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is there.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Any other discussions? If not, all in favor of approving the amended agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, that carries 6-1. We will carry on with our invocation, which will be remote. That will be given to us by Senior Pastor Michael Mattis of the Salt Box Church. Additionally, I'm going to read everything so we have it all out in front of us. The New Hanover High School AJ ROTC, Army Junior ROTC Color Guard Unit will provide the presentation of colors and is under the direction of Corporal Lance Gaither and First Sergeant David Redwine, Principal Chris Sutton. And the national anthem today will be done by Ashley High School Band Ensemble. Will perform the national anthem under the direction of Robert Parker, band teacher, Michael Perez, principal, and we have Ms. Bradford going to lead us in the pledge. So if you would please, we'll start with our remote invocation.
Heavenly Father, thank you for the New Hanover County Board of Education. And Father, I want to thank you specifically for Pete Wildebohr, for Melissa Mason, for Josie Barnhart, for Pat Bradford, for Stephanie Craybill, for Hugh McManus, and for Stephanie Walker. And Father, I would ask that you would give them great wisdom on how to lead the New Hanover County school system and all the different ages on how to lead and care for the parents of the students that are in the New Hanover County system. I pray that you would give them wisdom on how to guide the administrators, the principals, and assistant principals on how to lead and care for the teachers. And I pray, Father, that you would give them not only wisdom, but great tact and tenacity and determination as they do their job. The ability to make tough and difficult decisions and then stand by those decisions. Father, I pray that you would bless each of them. I pray for unity and strength within the board. And Father, I thank you for our education system. I thank you for the freedoms that we love and enjoy in the United States. And I pray your great blessing on this gathering. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. This is Pastor Michael Mattis from Saltbox Church that's giving an opening prayer for the school board. Thank you.
Bradford? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. If we could get the members of the ensemble and the color guard come back up here and introduce themselves to us, please.
All right. My name is CJ Branco. I am a senior clarinetist at Ashley High School.
My name is Carl Bernstein. I'm a senior clarinetist at Ashley High School.
My name is Cherish Pritchard, and I'm a senior bass clarinet at Ashley High School.
My name is Jackson Kennedy. I'm a senior tuba player at Ashley High School.
My name is Jenna Geffrich, and I'm a senior bassoonist at Ashley High School.
My name is Rob Parker, and I want to thank the board for all of the things that you do for music education in New Hanover County Schools. We really appreciate the time that you spend making sure that these students have an opportunity to learn more about music and enrich their lives through that.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And now for our ROTC.
I'm Cadet Command Sergeant Major Pena, and I'm the left guard for the color guard.
I'm Cadet David. I am the corporal of New Hanover High School Bravo Company.
I'm First Sergeant Allen, and I'm the First Sergeant of the Bravo Company of the Wildcat Battalion.
I'm Second Lieutenant Allen. of the Wildcat Battalion.
And again, please join them in a round of applause. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, thank you. We'll carry on now with the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second. Motions and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We will carry on with our recognitions.
Good evening. We have some wonderful recognitions tonight. The first up is Jimmy Jordan. Jimmy Jordan started volunteering with Science Olympiad more than a decade ago when his grandson said, "Granddaddy, I need help building a pasta tower." A retired process supervisor at GE, Jimmy loves to tinker and loves a challenge, so he helped him with the pasta tower that year and the pasta bridge the next. And when that grandson entered middle school and wanted to do the flying event, the magic really happened. Jimmy has been into rubber-powered model airplanes since 1956, when at the age of 11, he bought himself a model plane and a model plane magazine to go with it. But he didn't have an adult to help him, so he tried to teach himself how to fly it. And it took years, until one day an older boy in the neighborhood took him aside, explained some rudimentary aerodynamics, and showed him how it was done. Jimmy will tell you that he's not an educated person just because he doesn't have the right credentials, but that's just not true. He can wax poetic about Newton's laws of physics or the interaction of velocity and acceleration of air to make flight possible. And when he's volunteering with students at Murray Middle and Ashley High Schools throughout every Science Olympiad season, he's not only imparting what he's taught himself over the years, but he's guiding them through the scientific method and helping them be exactly the kind of learners we want them to be. Curious self-starters, willing to experiment and admit they don't know something or can't do something yet. The operative word being yet. Last month, Jimmy Jordan was named the Science Olympiad Volunteer of the Year for the state of North Carolina for his years of mentorship and leadership in our community and all the way up to the national level. We are celebrating this recognition, but we are also thanking him. He may not have had that adult to help him when he was 11 years old and wanted to learn the science behind flight, but he has become that adult for so many of our students and changed their lives for the better because of it. Congratulations, Mr. Jordan. Please come forward to accept your recognition. March 27th was a typical spring night for the New Hanover and Laney varsity baseball teams playing a typical rivalry game. But at the top of the 5th inning, catastrophe struck when the Hanover first base coach collapsed on the field and went into cardiac arrest. 3 community heroes raced to save his life, and we are recognizing them tonight. Jennifer Jones and Jennifer Foster are Laney baseball parents and registered nurses. When they heard screaming, they ran to the field, kneeled at the coach's side, and looked for a pulse. There wasn't one. Together, they began CPR, while New Hanover County Sheriff Sergeant Justin Stiegel, who was working contract at the game that night, dispatched emergency responders, secured the scene, sent for an AED, and radioed for backup. And all of this was happening while dozens of high school players, including those who knew and loved that coach, stood by helpless. In a photo taken on the field that day, you see the Hanover team, joined by Laney coaches, in a tight circle over third base, arms around each other's shoulders, heads bent in prayer. But we are here today because last week, those 2 parents got to throw out the first pitches at a Laney-Hanover rematch with that coach back on the field. We are here today because during this National Nurses Week, we get to recognize the selflessness and intuition of 2 women who modeled for their sons and their teams what it means to be a hero. We are here today because our law enforcement partner did what they always do when they're in our schools, serve and support us as soon as we need it. And we are here today because this event showed that despite our rivalries and our borders, we are one community and we've got each other's backs. So thank you to Jennifer Foster, Jennifer Jones, and Sergeant Stiegel for the life-saving measures you took that day and for being such an important part of our school community. Please come forward to accept your recognition. Eaton Elementary 5th grader Allison O'Kelly learned recently that her artwork was selected to appear in the 2025 North Carolina Farm to School calendar. More than 3,600 students from across the state submitted pieces for the contest, and Allison was one of just 13 students whose work will be featured. Each month of the calendar represents a different commodity, and Allison chose dairy with her vibrant piece featuring a splashing glass of milk next to a carton with a pretty fetching dairy cow. You can tell from the detail and shading that Allison has gotten some excellent instruction from her art teacher, Sarah Parson, and we hope this statewide elevation of her work is just the beginning of her artistic journey. Allison was unable to attend tonight, but we want to celebrate her with this recognition, and we can't wait to see her work in print. Congratulations, Allison. Battle of the Books is a competition where students flex their literary muscles by reading all of the books on an established list and then competing in a quiz bowl style tournament to test their knowledge of those books. Last month, the Bradley Creek Elementary team, representing 8 students and coaches Annette Jansen and Kristen Kelly, absolutely dominated at the regional competition in Goldsboro. Competing against schools from 12 counties in southeastern North Carolina, Bradley Creek took first place, including scoring 26 points in a single round. And while these are elementary students, it's worth noting how rigorous the reading list was. Just to be part of Battle of the Books, each of these students read 15 books, totaling, and I did the math, 4,432 pages. Congratulations to this team on demonstrating a love of literacy and the joy it can bring at any age, and for the teamwork and collaboration it took to become champions in the reading arena. The Bradley Creek Battle of the Books team, please come forward to accept your recognition. Just before tonight's meeting, we announced the 2024 winners of the Board of Education Future Teachers Scholarship. The scholarship is funded by our New Hanover County Commissioners and provides $28,000 over 4 years to each of these students, who in turn pledge to return to teach in New Hanover County schools. They have no doubt already had experiences that led them to this path. Whether they were volunteering as reading buddies for younger students, coaching in their community, helping their siblings with homework, or being mentored by one of our teachers, they have realized what they want their future to hold. Inspiring and empowering learners, holding up a mirror to the potential of others, and growing as a learner and an educator throughout a long career in the noblest of professions. Our board has selected you for this prestigious scholarship because they believe that whatever path you choose in education, you'll make a meaningful and lasting impact in our schools. So congratulations to Janelle Wells Garner of Hoggard, Gwyneth Julie Powell of Laney, Lila Sherwood of Laney, and Abby Watson of Laney High School. Please come forward. And we have one final surprise recognition for our own Dr. Charles Faust, who was recently named the 2024-25 Southeast Regional Superintendent of the Year. Dr. Faust was chosen by his peers, which include superintendents from 12 school districts in the Southeast region. Since taking on this role in 2020, Dr. Faust has led efforts to increase academic achievement and school performance, expand CTE pathways and other academic opportunities, and strengthen business and community partnerships. The Southeast Education Association shared that as a leader in the region, he represents the Southeast on the NCSSA Executive Board. He's been one of the lead superintendents in the work around accountability and school grade reform in the state, and he's a strong advocate for access and opportunities for all students. And by the way, this year, New Hanover County Schools also had the Southeast Regional winner for Principal of the Year, Christiane May of Castlehane Elementary. So we are doubly proud of the recognition our leadership is receiving. So congratulations, Dr. Faust. Thank you.
We're going to carry on after all those congratulations. Again, congratulations. Let's have one more round of applause for all the wonderful things that are going on in Hanover County Schools. At this point, we will carry on with our student voice. Would the members of Student Voice come forward, please?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak again following the discussions we've been having about the current system of class rank in New Hanover County Schools. Since our last meeting, we've conducted more interviews, compiled data, and worked as a team on solutions and alternatives. We've gotten a lot of comments from members of the community, especially students, sharing their opinions and experiences with selecting classes based on the weight that they hold. We believe that this topic is really important, and I'm here tonight with two of our other student leaders, Lillian from New Hanover and Maya from Isaac Bear, to present some of the work that we've been doing since the last meeting. First and foremost, after our last board meeting, we were emailed by a parent who had done some similar advocacy and wanted to share her story in order to help us advocate. She described how her son had taken band as an extra class and gotten all A's, but ended up with a lower GPA than his brother who took the same classes minus band and got the same grades. I know many who were in similar situations. By taking an arts class, the highest number of points that could go towards your GPA was lower than other core classes or certain electives. Even if you did extra classes on top of the number required and got straight A's, your GPA would be lower than someone who did all of the same classes but chose not to do an arts class. This parent's email gave us insight into a great solution, possibly including 2 GPAs on a transcript, one only with core classes and one factoring in any electives taken. Our team is still weighing out pros and cons, but we would like to thank this parent for providing us with an example. One of the most important parts of this project has been the number of students we've talked to from our schools from all different backgrounds. We feel that it is very important to represent our schools, so we wanted to share some direct opinions from those who attend schools in New Hanover County, but maybe aren't on Student Voice or don't have the opportunity to speak in front of the board. Around 70% of students we interviewed say that they have intentionally not chosen to take a class based on the weight it holds, and I believe that this statistic is cause for a discussion itself. I now want to introduce Lillian, who will discuss some of the interviews we've been conducting.
Thank you all again for expressing interest in our initiative. This is a subject that many students are concerned about. When interviewing peers, many express the inequalities and disparities they have experienced with their own GPA and class rank, indicating that there is definitely a lot of pressure to take the hardest classes without leaving room for your interests. I'm going to read a quote from one Isaac Bear early college student who is willing to share their thoughts on class rank. Quote, "I feel as though class rank enforces the pay-to-play ideal. For example, at my school, almost every valedictorian has come from a private school. This is because such students were able to take AP courses their freshman and sophomore year. Furthermore, they could afford to pay additional summer classes through UNC Wilmington. One thing that is interesting is when I asked my principal to take additional credit hours and they refused on the basis of ensuring fairness across my cohort. But the game was never fair. Other students were denied the opportunity to take AP classes freshman and sophomore year and/or they were not permitted to test out of courses because it was unadvisable. I believe the class rank system is far from motivating. It prevents students from pursuing courses that interest and challenge them because they are afraid of the prospect of not doing well enough to retain a certain status," end quote. At some of the schools in our county, some have noticed that students at the top of the class are typically from private middle schools. There are also opportunities given to some in middle school that many students hadn't known of that was an option, such as taking gym online or even taking high school level classes. Quote, "Kids without the resources will never get to have a chance to attempt to become valedictorian, making the playing field very unfair," end quote, another student said. One student from Hoggard also quoted, "I used to be super into arts. I took art, I did chorus in middle school. When I got to high school, I wanted to try and be the best I could be, which meant dropping electives for harder classes and spending my summers doing online classes to get ahead. Sometimes I regret not exploring my interests more because I feel that high school experience is very stressful. Conservative rank and GPA not only discouraged me from taking art classes, but it also stressed me out because I can't catch up to these kids coming from private schools who skipped all the classes their freshman year."
Thank you, Lillian. I'm going to speak some of the solutions we discussed in our recent student ambassador team meetings. The main problems we see with class rank are that it discourages students from taking lower weighted CTE and arts classes, as well as giving advantages to students who attended private middle schools and had more high school class options. We'd like to share some solutions we've looked at, and as Molly mentioned earlier, the solution of having 2 separate GPAs is just one option that has been implemented in different school systems, although not in the state of North Carolina yet. One GPA would not factor in CTE arts classes and even possibly summer classes, while the other GPA would still factor in everything. Class rank could be reported with the GPA that doesn't factor in CTE and arts classes. An additional solution we discussed was the Latin honors system, which could help close some of the gaps and provide less of a focus on meticulous numbers. The Great Schools Partnership Organization describes how instead of honoring only a handful of students whose performance may be based on relatively small differences in GPA, Latin honors could recognize all students whose performance exceeds high academic standards. However, there are some issues with using the Latin honor system based on whether we use the weighted or unweighted GPA in calculating the Latin tier in which students are placed. One other option is the solution of eliminating class rank reporting altogether by blacking it out on transcripts or making it optional to report. As we've discussed this solution with the team, we identified it as a solution that fixes the issues with class rank most holistically. Many school systems have gotten rid of class rank, with the College Board reporting that, according to a recent report by the National Association for College Admissions Counseling, more than half of all high schools no longer report student rankings. Furthermore, Swarthmore College also reported that only 44% of their 2023 class was ranked in high school. Not reporting class rank encourages colleges to focus on other aspects of the student resume, such as their extracurriculars, coursework, and still examining student grades and GPA without ranking attached.
So going forward, we'd like to open the discussion. After this meeting, we plan on setting up meetings with the Chief Academic Officer, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and the Assistant Superintendent for Student Support to discuss further ideas and solutions. It's important to mention that while we have heard from a good amount of students who welcome alternative solutions to the ranking system, there are of course those who think it's a good indicator for colleges to see where a student is at academically. One of our next goals is to conduct research on a larger scale, which we will be following up with soon. I welcome any questions or suggestions from the board at this time.
Board members, do we have any questions? Ms. McManus?
I don't have a question. I have an answer, hopefully. This has been going on for decades, and I've been a high school principal since '75. I think it is something that the board who makes the rules needs to discuss. Why? One, people transferring in from other schools that weight certain classes of 5 rather than some schools that transfer in weighting of 4. I remember in one high school situation I had, we got approval that you had to be at our high school for 3 out of 4 years to be even considered to be ranked. Some schools have stopped ranking. I think close to half of the public schools have stopped ranking for that reason alone. And so your merit speaks for itself. But I do think the board needs to discuss it because it's not going away. And I hate to see the opportunities for other classes because they're not weighted keep kids out of that and vice versa. So I think the board does need to address it at some point.
Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll echo a little bit what Mr. McManus said about the CTE and the arts classes. So those unweighted classes that students might want to take and offer, I think that's something that we absolutely need to consider and when we're discussing this. Another thing is the different programs that we have in correlation with CFCC and different things that we can make sure that we're looking at all the aspects and the different programs that we offer with that. I think it's extremely interesting because we have to look at how we define success for you guys after high school. And with a ranking system, at large, it's in regards to go to college. And so whenever we're able to say clearly that there are other options beyond that, which I know there are, I know everybody up here knows that there are, I think taking that into consideration will help us with the discussion. So thank you guys for bringing it to our attention.
What else? I want to thank you ladies for being up here today and great presentation. Thank you so much and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next, we will have our teacher voice. Christine Sawyer, a second grade teacher at Bradley Creek Elementary School, will present on behalf of Teacher Voice. Ms. Sawyer's area of focus is STEM.
Good evening. There you are. My name is Christine Sawyer. As you said, I'm a second grade teacher at Bradley Creek Elementary, and I'd like to speak with you for just a few minutes about a project that I've been working on for the last 2 years. In February of 2022, I was accepted into the district's Emerging Leaders Program, and as part of this program, participants choose and implement a pathway project. With the support of the founding members of Emerging Leaders and my mentor in the program, Amber Adams, I chose to focus on STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, through the lens of diversity and accessibility. STEM activities help students practice problem solving and critical thinking skills, which will help them become successful adults no matter what career they choose to pursue. I began by providing my students with opportunities to learn from and about people today in STEM, working today in STEM careers, specifically those from often underrepresented groups, just like many of the students in my classroom, and show them that they too could work in a STEM field one day. This was accomplished by having those in STEM careers visit our classroom in person and on Zoom, teaching students about what they do and how their work literally changes the world. These visits helped to broaden my students' perspectives on what a scientist or engineer does and what they look like, as students often imagine these people in these careers working in labs and wearing a lab coat. But those working in STEM careers today work in many environments and do things in their jobs that help us every day. Next, I focused on my main goal, which was to increase access to STEM activities both in my classroom and for students at home. I asked myself how I could provide opportunities for all families and students. I honed in on my goal, showing families what STEM was, why it was important, and how they could complete activities at home with their student. And I decided the best way to do that was to create a website and video bank of activities in English and Spanish that families could watch at home, and STEM with Mrs. Sawyer was born. I then branded STEM with Mrs. Sawyer with a logo and created a social media presence. Website videos teach students about the engineering and design process and show them how to complete specific challenges using materials they already have at home. No robots, no iPads, just recyclable materials and scissors and tape. In the video, students are presented with a challenge and taught how to create a solution for that challenge by going through the engineering and design process. Through the process, we start by defining the challenge, and then students ask themselves what problem they want to solve in the world. They imagine what that solution might look like, make a plan, create a prototype, build, test, and refine that prototype, and then they iterate the create process as often as needed to build a successful prototype. They challenge themselves to take it further, make it stronger or taller, and finally they share their challenge process and prototype with others. Each month of the school year, I release a new challenge video through my newsletter. I create videos using a green screen and compile video and audio components in Canva. All challenge videos are available on my website in English and Spanish and can be accessed by students and families at any time. My school's parent liaison, Maria Elena Viglucci, translates each video into Spanish for me, and I splice in the new audio so that language is not a barrier for any families. I hope to add Arabic next, as that is the next most spoken language by students in our district. Last June, I presented my project in this very room with 2 of my students to a group of district staff and visitors. At that time, I had 2 introductory STEM videos and 3 challenge videos on my website. Today, I have 10 challenge videos, and number 11 will be released this week. My challenge videos next year will have an additional literacy focus and continue to provide families with challenges that they can complete at home with their student. In the fall of 2022, I was nominated for and accepted into the 2022-2025 Master Teacher Cohort at UNCW. This program has allowed me to continue expanding and improving STEM with Mrs. Sawyer. With a lot of help from my UNCW faculty partner, Dr. Angie Reed Griffin, school staff, Bradley Creek PTA, and family, I recently prepared and distributed 400 STEM bags for every student at Bradley Creek to take home and complete activities with their families. The bags included information about STEM, a choice board, and a bookmark with a QR code linked to my website. I'd like to personally thank the Emerging Leaders Program, my previous admin team of Ms. Bailey and Dr. Keflanitis, and my current principal, Ms. Lee, for their support. I would never have had the courage to pursue an idea so far out of my comfort zone without them. What began as a small passion project has become a robust resource for every family and student in New Hanover County. Thank you.
Ms. Walker?
I do have a question.
I'm sorry.
So
First time, I just found out about this about 5 days ago, so I'm sorry, I wasn't sure.
Well, you're clearly prepared, because, I mean, I was just looking at your website at the same time. I know you probably thought I wasn't looking. I was just checking out all your different challenges. What's the next one? I see a baby animal habitat challenge.
The one for this week is, this month is to build a platform that can hold weight of some kind. So a cup of water or anything at home that you might have that platform can hold. And then the one for June will be to create a chain reaction machine based on Rube Goldberg's designs. He was a cartoonist. He never built any of his own designs, but he kind of became synonymous with creating that type of project. There's a whole institute for him, and there's a contest every year. And then next year, I want to focus on books and literacy that relate to STEM.
What I really love is that you use things from home, because I'm forever saving the bread tabs or whatever, because I feel like you can reuse that stuff for so many things. So I like that you're putting that into that element of design.
I might have a large amount of stuff in my garage from time to time. The 400 bags did deplete my supply a lot, but I reached out to my North Chase neighborhood, the families at Bradley Creek, the other teachers really helped. The custodians every day bring me the paper towel rolls and toilet paper rolls when they change them.
You can use them for so much.
At school, so.
It's very awesome. Your website's great, too.
Thanks.
Ms. Barnhart, then Ms. Graybill.
Thank you, Mr. Wildor. I was also looking at the videos, and I'm excited to go home and do some of these. What is the target age for the focus
So
of these
that's
videos?
an interesting question. I guess I would probably say that the target age would be elementary school. However, I try to word them and create them in a way that really it's for anyone. So if you're a high school student, your approach to that project might be completely different than a fifth grader or even a kindergartner. And how you think about that process. So I'm very careful, because I'm really, I always say, like, make sure you talk to your grown-up before you get the cup of water for the platform. So I try to be careful not to say that too much, or a high schooler might be like, I don't know what she's talking about, talking to my grown-up before I get a cup of water. But I try to keep the focus broad so that any student would be able to do that.
So, in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the effort, because this is not required.
No.
This is something that you chose to do to make yourself better and to enhance the education of all of our students. And STEM is there, it's out there in everything that we do. And I love how you're reaching out in many different ways and in many different languages. And Arabic will be very challenging, I'm sure, but I appreciate the fact that you do that.
I have some ideas. I think I know where to go moving forward. There's nothing like when a student comes in my room in the morning, like today, and says, Ms. Sawyer, I was going to make you a boring card, but instead I made you this frog animal habitat.
So, yeah, that's great.
Like, that kind of gets your teacher heart a little bit, so.
And also, too, I wanted to just, thank Dr. Faust and his leadership team for having this program, to allow teachers to, I've seen so many great projects that are happening out there.
Yeah,
And
it's
you guys,
amazing.
you are such professionals, and you're always thinking out of the box. And
This would have never happened without, STEM was a focus and something that I loved. I'm a former graphic designer, but this would not have come to fruition in this way without the Emergent Leaders Program.
Yeah. And the principals who support you.
Yeah.
And support all the teachers out there. So
Yeah,
thank you very
they've been
much.
amazing. So.
Well, thank you very much, and
Thank
thank you
you.
for all you do. We'll now carry on with the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust?
Thank you. May 1st was School Principals Day. Teacher Appreciation Week is May 6th through the 10th, so we're in Teacher Appreciation Week. This month is also Mental Health Awareness. Last Thursday, President Biden visited Wilmington to announce infrastructure spending. Our very own Bradley Creek second grade teacher, Paris Pugh, was asked to introduce the president. It was a proud moment for our district on the national stage. Last month, we announced our 11 Educators of the Year finalists from elementary, middle, and high school levels, as well as our 3 Principal of the Year finalists. On Thursday of this week, we will honor an Educator of the Year from all 45 schools at our annual banquet and announce our winners. Wrightsville Elementary celebrated their 100th anniversary. In addition to current students and staff, we celebrated alongside alumni who had gone to the school there as early as 1950. SeaTech High School was one of the top 10 schools in the state named for Canopy Project National Database of Innovation Schools. The database elevates the schools that are leading the way in culture and vision. Congratulations, SeaTech. We celebrated the graduation of 88 7th graders from the Career and Leadership Development Academy, which is a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. Next year, we will look forward to graduating well over 1,000 students, as the program will expand to 7th graders across the district. At the Special Olympics Spring Games, more than 300 athletes competed and 250 volunteers helped out as we cheered them on. Congratulations to all. Our first season of girls flag football wrapped up with the championship game. Ashley High School took first place with an undefeated 11-0 record. Thank you again to Carolina Panthers for sponsoring this initiative. That concludes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to be, next we'll have the board chairman's report, and I will be repeating some of those. Another busy month, CLDA 2024 cohorts 1 and 2 graduation. What a wonderful experience in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations to all the students, faculty, and staff, as well as our partners, the Chamber of Commerce, and all the local businesses involved. It is so important to work together with our local businesses and to have their support. Thanks again to everyone for bringing this wonderful opportunity to our 7th graders. And again, as Dr. Faust mentioned, we'll be all our 7th graders next year. We are looking forward to celebrating the Teachers of the Year and the Principals of the Year. Many board members join me in surprise visits to let finalists for the Teacher of the Years be recognized and share with them their students as well as their schools. Teachers of the Year as well as Principal of the Year will be announced this Thursday evening. As we just celebrated Future Teacher Scholarships, it was a very, very tough choice. 4 young ladies rose to the top. Congratulations to everyone who participated. And again, special congratulations going out to Janelle Gardner, Gwyneth Powell, Lila Sherwood, and Abby Watson. We look forward to a great future for them. And finally, as promised, our safety committee. As one board member, at one board member's suggestion, it was shared with Mr. Anderson. Again, that is a overall safety committee, but then it also has subcommittees. Team 1 would be Ms. Walker and myself. Team 2, Mr. McManus, Ms. Bradford. Team 3, Ms. Craybill, Ms. Mason, and Ms. Barnhart. And again, my hope would be that before the June meeting, you would meet with your partner or partners. Focus areas, Team 1 is preventative safety, mental health, reporting methods, possibly entrance scans, safety training, and surveys. And again, my idea is that they would gather, Ms. Walker and I will gather, and probably via phone or maybe in person, and talk about other things that may be under that umbrella, and then report back to the board in June. Team 2 is school-based safety. That again is Mr. McManus, Ms. Bradford. Some things under that topic would be student discipline, cell phones, possibly bullying, safety plan, and again, others. Team 3, again, Ms. Craybill, Ms. Mason, Ms. Bradford, Ms. Barnhart, excuse me. Structural external safety, traffic safety, school structure safety, locks, cameras, and other possibilities in that area. So again, that's a start. And again, I would ask for the board members to meet, discuss their focus areas, and then to bring it back to us in June after you've had an opportunity to kind of go through that a little bit. Ms. Craybill.
So the order that you listed our name, is the first person listed supposed to be the leader of the subcommittee?
Doesn't that necessarily need to be? I guess I think that the
Like, who calls the meeting then?
Well, I think the 3 of you could, you know, I guess it's really up to you. I mean, that's really up to you. I think the 3 of you would get together and discuss, maybe nominate a chairperson.
And do you have a problem if we attend other committee meetings so that we can listen in a little bit?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely. Like I say. And then my final, again, is to echo Dr. Faust again, a huge shout out to all our teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week. So big time and big celebration. We've had a lot of celebrations today, and we want to continue to celebrate our teachers because they are so valuable. At this point, we will turn our attention to our audience as we start with our called audience. I have 2 copies now. Thank you, Ms. Mason. I will turn it over to Ms. Mason, and she will call the names. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for caring enough to take the time out of your week to be here. So let's start with Linda Higgins.
Good evening. When my adult children were in school, we were in schools where the school board had to convince the whole community on the school budget. We all voted, and we knew that it would directly affect our taxes. In order to get funding for the schools, They needed to spell out what they needed and why. You, on the other hand, have a much easier project. You only have to meet with the Board of Commissioners and show them how the school board's plan and budget needs support the work that the county is doing to grow a healthy community. How the money for special education means the children served will become functional members of the community, able to work and not be a long-term support issue. How the AIG program will bring bragging rights to the county. How safe schools throughout the county that have high ratings serve their goals to bring employers tourists who fall in love with the area, and all of that to grow the county. But you're struggling. You're struggling because you have not come together and ironed out your ask. Your ask is not money. It is staff and programs that we need to teach our students. Money is a number that goes with the ask. It is not the purpose. It is how we get there. They will support programs that they want to keep and expand. Please do your job and create your ask. Go to the commissioners with a clear, transparent argument. You need money just like the sheriff's department does, but you seem to refuse to be transparent and ask for it clearly. You need to do it.
Let it go. Former board chair Stephanie Adams said that to me 4 years ago today when referring to victims of sexual assault. Recently, another current board member said that to me. Ironically, in both scenarios, only minutes before that, I was standing with the mother of one of the victims who only wishes she could just let it go. 11 months is plenty of time to complete the task on the short list of prevention strategies that were outlined for you in the settlement you agreed to. So let's be clear that it is this board, not the insurance company, who controls policies and procedures to do that. We won't let it go that at a time when you failed to uphold your word in the agreement of promising to protect children, that Dr. Faust is being allowed to dismantle our family life education program, despite the fact that it's dramatically decreased teenage pregnancy rates below the state level, provides support in child trafficking cases, has increased the health, safety, and well-being of students, reinforces healthy relationships, and is the one component of our curriculum that is Title IX compliant, as the settlement requires. We also won't just let it go that there are founding members of Student Voices who gave up their summer to create this project, who aren't here today because what they helped to build is so micromanaged by politicians that it isn't anything more than a line on a college application. There's nothing authentic about telling students they aren't allowed to address the fact that with less than 2 days' notice, their equity summit was canceled, and they weren't allowed to address true issues of equity, safety, and show support for programs such as the Family Life Education Program and the profound impact it's had in their schools. The school boards never like being held accountable, and whether we're allowed to speak to issues of safety, equity, sexual assault, or authenticity, they still exist in our schools, and the 7 of you are complacent to the toll that it takes on our children, just as you are the loss and mental health of the victims of sexual assault. That's the job that elected officials are paid to do, and we certainly will not let that go.
Thank you, Ms. Caney. Sandy Isles.
Dr. Faust, do you know the difference between the words can't and won't? I ask because you have repeatedly lied to the community and board by saying you can't ask the county commissioners for more funding. The truth is you absolutely can. A couple months ago, Wake County Superintendent Dr. Taylor publicly presented a courageous budget to their school board. He's requesting an additional $58 million. In his proposed budget, he outlined the specific needs of the district, how additional funds would save current staff positions, and how saving those positions would align with their strategic plan. His budget carefully explains the why, and their proposal is transparent and understandable. Dr. Faust, why is it that Dr. Taylor can ask for additional funds, but you can't? It seems you can, but won't. Why won't you advocate for our children and staff? Why won't you acknowledge how dangerous the current state funding and staffing allocations are? Why won't you discuss how right-sizing will cause irreparable harm to our children and district? Is it because you're afraid of angering Michael Lee? I also wonder why our school board has consistently failed to direct you to do the same as Dr. Taylor, and why our school district chooses an atmosphere of chaos and fear versus clarity and trust. Dr. Faust, it's shameful that you have not shown our community the same respect Dr. Taylor has shown his. It is shameful that you insist you can't ask for what we need and are willing to let young children carry the burden of your failure. I'm disgusted that you won't fight for our children. Our children deserve a courageous, bold leader who will protect them, not someone who cowardly says he can't. If you can't, then maybe being a superintendent is not the job for you. It's time to stop saying you can't and start doing what your job requires you to do.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Jeanette Koshar.
It sounds like Miss Mason and Miss Bradford had a productive meeting with the principals last month. They talked about having a principal call a parent of a 5, 6, or 7-year-old before a decision is made to suspend the child. Miss Mason reported that, quote, principals are already contacting parents, and, quote, they have constant contact with parents. Miss Bradford said, quote, we got a wealth of information from them. I was convinced that they are doing this. This is wonderful news. Now it needs to be added to Policy 4351. Why? Let me make a comparison. I was a healthcare provider for 41 years, and we had policies. Policies are a set of standards and expectations that guide the proper way of doing things. So let's say you need to have your leg amputated. There's a set of policies and procedures that the surgical team follows. One of those is to make sure they don't cut off the wrong leg. I think that would be reassuring to know that you're not going to wake up with the wrong leg cut off. This example may seem traumatic and dramatic, but I guess having my K through 2nd grader get suspended would also be traumatic to both the child and the parent. Love Our Children is asking you to add this crucial sentence to Policy 4351. Principals will call K1 and 2nd grade parents after the investigation is over and before they make a decision to suspend a student. Why? Love Your Children just added after the investigation is over because there seems to be confusion about terms like informal hearing, the investigation, due process, and a discussion. I don't think you want the surgical team to have just a discussion about which of your legs to cut off. Adding that one sentence will help maintain the positive relationship that principals and parents have and may reduce the trauma for both parents and young students. Please add Policy 4351 to your May 21st agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Koshar. Jan Boswell. Jan Boswell.
Good evening. I'm Jan Boswell, and I am currently the New Hanover County Chapter Chair for Moms for Liberty. And I know several of you because I interviewed you a couple of years ago when you were campaigning for your current seats. We are parents and grandparents and concerned citizens that expect all students to receive age-appropriate education. But we're currently concerned that our K-5 children may be indoctrinated by the way of sneaky propaganda that's in our school curriculums, such as the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. In regards to curriculums, we do not want our children subjected to curriculums that are grounded in social and emotional learning, because with social and emotional learning, you always find critical race theory. We don't support curriculums that teach our children anti-American ideology or that they should be ashamed of their country. We don't support curriculums where our children are taught that the nuclear family is bad or that just going to church is bad. We cannot support a school system that focuses on feelings, emotions, and insecurities in order to form our children into extreme emotional thinkers. We want them to be strong, critical thinkers. Imagine if schools put social, emotional learning aside and chose curriculums that assured that there would be no teaching of negative values, negative beliefs, and attitudes, perhaps our children would achieve top grades and be better prepared for middle school. We will only have further division with cultural and social decline if we surrender to curriculums with social and emotional learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica McLaurin Brown.
Policy 2410 is about policy development, adoption, and review. Section A of Policy 2410 states, any board member, individual, group of citizens, student, or employee may initiate proposals for new policies or changes to existing policies. Section B states, during the discussion of a policy proposal, the views of the public, parents, students, and staff will be considered. In other words, Section B tells the school board members to listen up, that everyone's voice matters, and that everyone's voice will be part of the school board discussion of policy proposals. So listen up. Love Our Children, NC proposes adding the following sentence to existing policies 4351 and 4340. Principals will call K-2 parents after the investigation is over and before they make a decision to suspend a 5, 6, or 7-year-old. At the last policy meeting, Ms. Mason talked about revising the short-term suspension policy and the phone call. She said, quote, I believe it's already happening. I think it's just a matter of being transparent with what's already happening. Dr. Foss and Ms. Bradford said that principals are already doing it. Listen up. If the phone call is already happening, all the principals are already making the calls, then codify what the principals, the experts, say that they are doing to ensure transparency, consistency, and fairness across our elementary schools.
Thank you, Ms. McLaurin Brown. Your time
Thank
is up.
you.
Leslie Posey.
Good evening. I am here tonight to remind you that your position on that dais gives you one responsibility, just one, keeping our children safe. Everything else is part of that goal. Kids can't learn if they don't feel safe. Those lauded literacy rates, test scores, whatever, won't go up if the kids don't feel safe. Keeping them safe is directly related to two items on the agenda, the budget and legal services. First, staff cuts. Safety in schools requires teachers of all levels and subjects, counselors, social workers, custodians, office staff, everyone. Lockdown drills don't make kids feel safe. More SROs on campus don't make kids feel safe. They need real educators who have the time and resources to know and provide what the kids need. Let me tell you the story of the purple folder. If a teacher realizes a child needs a break from the classroom, they will put a piece of paper in a purple folder and ask the child to take it to the office. When the person in the office gets the purple folder, they know the child needs a couple of minutes to calm down, talk, whatever, then go back to class. But if we don't have enough teachers, class sizes get so big, this kind of simple solution can't happen. Same thing if we don't have enough office staff or custodians or whoever the children feel comfortable with and can confide in. So tell the county commissioners we need that $2 million, all of it. Second, your legal counsel. Are you seriously considering a firm who had an attorney say in court, public schools aren't insurers of children's safety? Broadcast live during the civil trial brought by Mike Kelly's victims. Safety is your primary concern, or should be. If it's not, then I guess it is obvious that your purpose on this board is
Thank you,
to
Ms.
follow
Posey.
the
Your
will
time
of
is
your
up.
puppet masters
Ms.
and
Posey, your
destroy
time is up.
public education.
Thank you. Lisa Goff.
Curriculum is being introduced by third-party influencers with a global agenda. The schemes of those who promote ungodly alliances and agendas that threaten our kids in public schools are being exposed. We need to do the right thing by protecting them against the manipulative influences that exploit divisions and sow discord. Look at the division created by boys and girls sports, boys and girls bathrooms. Who would ever thought we needed Title IX? Many of you ran on this focus. We won't tolerate uncleanness or mixture with perversion. Sex is not the focus we want. Keep the focus on the basics of education. Do you think instilling dark thoughts and violent ideas won't lead to safety issues? Many of you ran on this focus too. Are you going to bow to corruption or defiance of truth? Then you're not prepared for what's to come, because the war is here now.
Thank you. Kelly Wheat Rivers.
Hello, I'm Reverend Kelly Wheat Rivers with the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Wilmington and the Love Our Children organization. I have a second grader in the New Hanover County school system. My daughter is also a Girl Scout where they learn to respect themselves and others. In Policy 4300, Student Behavior Policies, it states that, quote, consequences for unacceptable behavior will be designed to help a student learn to comply with rules, to be respectful, to accept responsibility for his or her behavior, and to develop self-control. These are certainly things that 5-, 6-, and 7-year-olds are working on. It also states that, quote, strategies and consequences will be age and developmentally appropriate. If a young child physically injures another child, that is a serious problem. But I don't understand how suspending a 5-, 6-, or 7-year-old from school helps them learn these qualities and life skills. During these teachable moments, our youngest learners deserve our help, our support, and our love through positive behavior and support alternatives. I am grateful to learn that elementary school principals are calling K-2 parents before a decision to suspend a child is made. As a parent, I would want to get that call. I believe the policy committee should add that to the suspension policies at their meeting on May 21st, and I respectfully ask that you consider doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Levant.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Mark Levant, and I'm a university professor who teaches human sexuality courses, and I train future sexuality educators. I research sexuality education and why we need it in schools. I'm also familiar with budgeting and having to do budget cuts that not everyone's happy with. And so I'm here today to urge the board to consider that not everything in the budget is of equal importance, and that some things are much, much more important than others. In this case, the Family Life Education Program. Education about sexuality, bodies, communication, and autonomy are incredibly important for people as we grow. And getting education early and consistently are proven to prevent sexual assault and child sexual abuse. I research sexual assault, and I speak to groups of men who have experienced sexual violence. They've often experienced these acts of violation when they were children, and frequently talk about how they never had the language or the knowledge to understand what was happening, and wish they received this education earlier so they know who they could talk to about it. Cutting programs like this from our community's education directly impacts the lives of youth that will then grow into older adults. Now, almost everyone here has had their experience of poor sexuality education. And we produce adults who then don't have good sexuality education, and they go on to think things like sexuality education is unimportant, or that it can be taught by anyone. I'm here as a skilled professional to tell you those are not correct. Or that believing in incorrect or harmful things about sexuality as they grow up. I'm sorry to all of us who have had bad sexuality education. Our community has failed us.
Thank you, Mr. Levon. Your time is up.
Thank you.
I am Rafael Toro Jimenez. I come to bring light. I am a retired special education teacher from the state of New York and a former Marine officer who was stationed in Camp Lejeune back in 1975. I've been happily living in Wilmington for the last 9 years. But as a pedagogue and an advocate for public education, I am worried about the current state of this institution and where it's heading. One particular issue I have is with suspension and policy 4351. As a content area teacher and a crisis intervention teacher, I learned 2 things. Manage your class with effective instructions and have complete documentation of students' inappropriate behavior by identifying and recording the type of behavior exhibited, the frequency and duration of the inappropriate behavior, as well as how the behavior was referred to me. In addition, I include how I counseled and advised the student and their parents about the infraction. But what I really learned was that the real culprit to the negative behavior was and is the antecedent, when it meets the nexus, the school. My recommendation to principals is to afford every opportunity to mediate, correct, and reintroduce the student back to the classroom, armed with these tools to deter future inappropriate behavior and reward them for the positive choices they make. As the light on the public education still shines, I will continue to do what President Kennedy asked me to do. And once again, I'm doing this for my country. We must fully fund public schools. We must prepare each student for their next phase in life. We must enhance parent and community support. We must ensure a safe, secure learning environment, and we must celebrate the good in public education. We are the people who do battle to keep our freedom and provide public education to all,
Thank you, Mr.
especially
Jimenez.
our
Your time
children.
is up.
Thank you.
Sasha Kanan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sasha Cannon. I have a PhD in community health, and I'm here to advocate keeping the family life education program as it exists today. I've taught sex ed to young adults for 10 years. I want to give you examples of some very incorrect things that these adults have said to me when they've had little to no sex education before getting to me. Your body won't let you get pregnant if you're not mentally prepared to be a parent. Not true. If you think you're pregnant, you can just take a month's worth of birth control to stop the pregnancy. Not true and dangerous. I didn't realize I was allowed to say no to sex with my boyfriend. Very not true, darling. And with the flood of misinformation coming in on TikTok, this will only get worse without quality sex ed to counter it. Without sex ed, we end up with sexually ill-informed adults who can't make educated decisions for themselves. Which is why research shows that sex ed programs are overwhelmingly favorable among parents. A survey on North Carolina parents conducted by UNC Chapel Hill found that 92% want sex ed to be taught in North Carolina public schools. To exemplify this, a colleague who is a parent of a New Hanover County 9th grader was outraged to hear of potentially cutting the program, saying, "This program is a point of pride for this county." A recent empirical article from the Journal of Adolescent Health reviewed sex ed outcomes over the last 3 decades and found, quote,
When scaffolded across grades, sex ed can improve sexual, social, and emotional health and academic outcomes for young people. So please keep this program. Students need it, parents want it, and even their academics will be better for it.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. Your time is up. For Sutton.
How are y'all doing tonight? We have the attorney vote tonight. Both Pointer Spruill and Tharrington Smith are hired to work cases by the same insurance company we have coverage with. To hire either of them as general counsel would be to create the same problem our district dealt with pertaining to perceived conflicts of interest. These two options stand to potentially gain millions off of their relationships with the insurance companies, yet we are supposed to believe their loyalty is to our district. We've already lived this disaster relationship before. We already had problems with the public records request system where it appeared victim advocate requests were being tabled for extended periods of time. We were given incorrect interpretations of law and policies that magically always worked against victims advocates at every turn. Optics matter, and we can completely take away the semblance of impropriety by simply hiring a company who doesn't have that working relationship with our insurance company. I supported the hiring of the current attorney due to the same perceived conflict of interest with the other choices, and I support hiring the new firm for the same reason this time, so long as we can have supplemental help in all specialized area of education law like special education, which we did just sign a contract, a super long one, with Sink Law Firm and Pointer Spruill. Show of hands, how many of you board members knew it was till 2025 when you voted for it? Our board has some tough decisions in the near future. You know what isn't a tough decision? Whether to investigate the superintendent just like other employees. That sounds pretty reasonable. Everybody else is held to this standard, why not him? I feel we should be following the procedure outlined in the superintendent's contract. Allegations against the superintendent are to be turned over to the attorney for investigation. That's simple. Every allegation should be taken seriously and looked into. This still hasn't happened. It's time to fix procedural issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Alicia Ogundelli.
Good evening. Short-term suspension policy 4351 talks about pre-suspension rights of the student. The policy mentions the informal hearing. Dr. Faust calls it due process. Mr. Vogel refers to it as okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Wonderboer, I think one of the people that mentioned that to me said that he got cut off before he got to answer. So he did get cut off because his 2 minutes was up. So that might be what we're referring to, too.
All right, thank you. Short-term suspension policy 4351 talks about the pre-suspension rights of the student. The policy mentions the informal hearing. Dr. Faust calls it due process. Mr. Vogel refers to it as the school-level investigation. And when it comes to 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, Ms. Barnum describes it as a conversation. So which is it? These different terms have caused some confusion. Mr. Vogel thinks the suspension process starts with the school-level investigation. In policy 4340, and then moves on to the informal hearing policy 4351. Ms. Barnum said they don't happen separately, and they all really happen all at the same time. The policy committee needs to clarify the language in policy 4351, and while they're at it, they can include a sentence that describes what we have been told the principals are already doing. This sentence is, the principal will call a parent of a kindergarten, first or second grade student after the investigation is over and before the suspension decision is made to suspend their child. The policy committee needs to fix the policy 4340 and 4351 at their meeting on May 21st, so the language is clear to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ogundelli. Loretta Stackhouse.
school-level investigations policy 4340 states, the school administrator shall take the following steps in addressing all cases of alleged misbehavior appropriately referred to his or her office, except when a particular board policy provides for a more specific response. 1, investigate the facts and circumstances related to the alleged misbehavior and hear all available accounts, including written accounts whenever possible. 2, offer the student an opportunity to be heard on the matter and to raise any defense the student thinks relevant. 3, if the student requests that other witnesses be questioned, talk to them if reasonably possible. And 4, determine whether a board policy, school standard, school rule, or the code of student conduct has been violated. The policy committee should also include a number 5 that states, quote, the principal will call a parent of a kindergarten, first, or second grade student after the investigation is over and before a decision is made to suspend their child. Love Our Children suggests adding after the investigation is over to the sentence so it's clear when the call will be made. The policy committee needs to make policy 4340 part of their agenda on May 21st. I plan to be there to hear you discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Phillips.
Good evening. According to the proposed budget that was presented in March, I think it must be clearly stated that out of 55 central office positions on the chopping block, 27 of those are made up of instructional positions and student support positions. Those are the people that teachers and staff rely on. Of the school-facing positions, social workers, counselors, instructional specialists, ECTAs are the positions with the highest percentage of cuts. Board, your elected job is to make sure the county is doing their job to ensure that our schools are receiving the best. It's not pointing fingers at everyone else. So I ask you to look into seeking the answers to these questions. Well, I have a lot. I'll just give you my top few. First, how will the county ensure that MTSS is followed through with integrity once all MTSS and instructional coaches are cut, as it is a state requirement and proven effective? Second, how will you ensure that you have taken all the measures to keep my children safe when you are taking student support resources and social workers out of our buildings and spreading them thin while not addressing the overcrowding issue? Third, is the strategic plan even being followed at this point? Half the people listed to do the task have either quit or have been cut. Finally, what were the 5 central office general administration roles that were cut? While Dr. Faust says there was no mismanagement, there's definitely a lack of transparency. Everyone else's positions were listed by title. Were these the ESSER-funded positions you cut a year early, or were these the admin that already retired? Why conveniently leave that out? I hear a lot about attrition and saving jobs, but little bit about the fact of the vital jobs that are being dissolved. In the April budget meeting, the tone was basically, if all goes well, everyone should have a job. It won't be what they were doing. The topic should have been, how will cutting these specific jobs impact our students? And how will switching jobs or schools affect the life of the human who lost their position? In closing, I look forward to hearing how each of you will work with our county to address these questions and issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Tucker. Jennifer Tucker.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Tucker. I am a New Hanover County Schools teacher who is a part of a team that teaches almost 5,000 students annually. This department operates on a roughly estimated $400,000 annual budget. We are the reproductive health and safety education team known as Family Life Education. The 4 teachers who deliver this program to students in all the schools in grades 5 through 8 are not only certified health teachers, but we are highly trained, highly qualified, with 79 years of teaching experience in this program combined. We are experts in our field. The Family Life Education program was implemented per the board's request and has been in place for 41 years. We have won state awards for best practices. The North Carolina Healthy Youth Act of 2009 was inspired by this county's 2-track model for delivering this type of education. Our team has elevated consent awareness and reporting lessons in response to the recent sexual abuse we have seen in this county. Our reputation in the community and in the state is exemplary. In those 41 years, we have taught 250,000 students. 92% of fifth grade parents opt into our program, and over 60% of middle school families choose for their students to take our classes. This data proves that parents want this opportunity for their kids. Last week, the board discussed the Parent Bill of Rights. According to School Board Policy 3540, in which we offer parents the opportunity to choose what is right for their family, we are more than compliant with this bill. Dr. Faison highlighted Family Life's gold standard of full transparency through our website and annual open houses, where parents are able to view all materials, ask questions, and meet their child's teacher. To the board, before you make any decisions to cut this highly respected and desired program, I implore you to ask our team questions, observe our classes, and look at all of our material.
Thank you,
We
Ms.
think you will
Tucker.
be impressed.
Your time is up. Thank you. Natasha, 2. Natasha, 2. Katie Gates.
Good evening. After speaking 3 years here, respectfully, highlighting the subtle intrusion of Marxist ideology into our schools and challenging the book Stamped, I'm speaking a bit more directly. We watch the news of students around our nation who have turned into social justice advocates, supporting terrorist groups, anti-Semitism, and bent on destroying America. These deceived students were taught to hate America, God, and family, and were not disciplined. They want Israel and America destroyed. They rise against the two main countries in the world, respecting God-given First Amendment freedoms with a constitutional Republican government structure. The irony is that some of these trans LGBTQ groups are uncovered women supporting Palestine and death to America. If they set foot in many Muslim countries, they'd be subject to execution. Palestinian refugees are not accepted in 57 other Muslim nations because they are raised to be anarchists. And American students are supporting Palestinians. Students have believed Marxist propaganda because they didn't have a strong foundation. Where do student protesters get this mindset? From school, from high schools and universities since the 1950s. And in the last 10 years, the left has even impacted K through 8th graders with propaganda and Marxist ideologies through school systems. One such example in New Hanover County is the Wit and Wisdom curriculum we paid over $1 million for in 2020. This curriculum presents age-inappropriate content, while SEL takes priority over critical thinking. The fruit of evil curriculums, texts, and teaching is now manifest over our nation. If we don't stand up and return to Judeo-Christian American values rooted in virtue, righteousness, and justice, and if we don't bring God and morality back into schools, we may not have a recognizable America. Thank you.
Karen Clark.
Thank you, Lord, that you will show yourself strong today and in the days ahead. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Ronald Reagan. We are experiencing the fruit of curriculums no longer based on truth across our colleges and universities. We have rebelled against God's word and rejected his wisdom. Wit and wisdom creates further division among this generation. Remove this dark, deceptive, evil curriculum. It does not create a better world. Instead, it negatively impacts our young K through 5 children with inappropriate dark topics: hate, racial division, violence, suicide, murder, cannibalism, with anti-authority, anti-American, and anti-church agendas. You, Lord, commanded David to pursue the enemy, overtake, and recover all. Your word in Joel, I will redeem what you lost. We carry the authority of redemption. I pray in Jesus' name you no longer tolerate evil agendas for our children. You say what God says, no compromise. Your word, God's word. Right from wrong will not be blurred by experimental doctrines. I declare New Hanover County schools come into alignment with God's purposes for this generation and those to come. These children will set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep His commandments. Like the Joshua of old, they will have no fear to enter their promised land, walking in fearless victory, bringing the kingdom of heaven to earth boldly with passion, making them the most devastating generation to the kingdom of darkness the world has ever seen. The redeemed of the Lord
Thank you,
say
Ms. Clark.
so.
Your time is up.
Amen.
Peter Rowich.
Love Our Children loves subject matter experts. We remember when Ms. Varnum used to give regular updates on the out-of-school suspension data at school board meetings. She has never been invited to speak to this board about the suspension data. Why is that? Love Our Children has called on this board several times, including as recently as February, to have Ms. Varnum talk about suspensions in New Hanover County. Our requests have gone unanswered. So let's try again. Please have Ms. Varnum share the in-school and out-of-school suspension data from this school year at the next board meeting. Specifically, we'd like to see a breakdown of suspensions in each school by gender, race, and EC students. We'd also like to see the K-2 data by gender, race, and EC students. And we'd like to know the number of schools that have suspended 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Ms. Bradford asked Ms. Varnum last month if the coding of the K-2 suspension data could be corrected. Ms. Varnum said yes. So we'd like to have that presented as well. We look forward to hearing from your subject matter expert at the June 4th Board of Education meeting. Thank you.
Adele McMurtry.
Johns Hopkins Medicine states, for girls, the stages of puberty start around the age of 8. This may sound young, but we are seeing physical puberty changes start younger and younger, and depending on genetics, you may even start to see puberty changes at the age of 7. Girls going through puberty at younger ages is a global phenomenon. Between ages 8 and 14, girls' confidence levels drop by 30%. Girls in 5th and 6th grades experience the largest declines in confidence and self-perception. 1 in 3 young people will be in an abusive or unhealthy relationship. 50% of young people who experience rape or sexual abuse will attempt to commit suicide. As a member of this community, a parent and a mother of 2, and a survivor of past sexual assault and emotionally abusive relationship, I know our boys and girls cannot afford the loss of the Family Life program and access to comprehensive sex education it provides. Family Life provides the children of our community developmentally appropriate sex education throughout middle childhood and adolescence that builds a foundational understanding of anatomy, puberty education, body image and autonomy, healthy relationships, consent education, online safety, sex trafficking, sexual health, including abuse, abstinence, contraception, teen dating violence, and reproductive coercion, rights, and responsibilities. This program has been a leader in the state in reproductive health and safety for over 40 years. The American Academy of Pediatrics states comprehensive sex education should occur across the developmental spectrum, beginning at early stages and continuing throughout childhood and adolescence. As parents, we always have the opportunity and choice to teach and raise our children with our own personal sets of values and beliefs. A teacher or expert will complement, guide, and grow the child-parent relationship and open the door to organic conversations where family values are shared, planted, and blossomed. Our children will always be exposed to danger no matter how we attempt to protect them. Let's continue to provide our children the tools they need to thrive. Cutting and removing or rebranding the highly respected and impactful family life education program teachers would be a huge loss to our boys and girls, students, parents, school administrations, and our community. Please keep the cost-effective family life teachers on your non-negotiable list. Bastardizing it into a gym class and eliminating the fifth grade curriculum will be ineffective. The real question is, can you, our boys and girls, and our community afford the cost of not keeping this program in place? The answer is a resounding no.
Tim Merrick. Tim Merrick.
Good evening. In order for our schools to have what they had last year, we're told that we need an additional $20 million. But you're only asking the county for a fraction of that. Help me out, I don't get that. If you're only asking for, say, $4.5 million, are you saying we don't need the other $15.5 million? Are you saying we didn't really need it last year either? Are you saying that you wasted $15.5 million? If we did need it then, why don't we need it now? And if we need it now, why aren't you asking for it? Dr. Faust claims he has to produce a balanced budget, but it's your job to know better. Wake County Schools asked for an additional 50+ million. Our sheriff got an extra 18 million. It's your job to hire a superintendent, direct him or her, and ensure an adequate budget to educate our kids. You've fallen down on all three of these responsibilities in ways that will hurt our children. Let's take our family life education, for example. Without trained professionals who know how to teach this delicate subject, our kids will be more vulnerable to sexual predators. And hey, haven't we learned that the hard way already here? And our teen pregnancy rates will go up again. More futures cut short, potential leaders lost. And that's just one program. Now, the average local funding in America for schools is $7,200 per student. Our county provides half that. So don't be cowed by our county commissioners, and don't be cowed by our superintendent. You're supposed to be directing them. You are not subordinate to them. You are responsible to our children. Please negotiate for what they need. That's why we elected you.
David Perry.
Good evening, I'm David Perry, and as you know, I'm running for a seat up on that school board. But I'm here to tell you tonight, this school district does not belong to you. It doesn't belong to you, Dr. Faust, either. This school district belongs to we the people. You guys have been granted the power and voted in to be our voice, but you are supposed to be listening, at least, to our voice, our informed voice. And that's why we need transparency in this school district. And for far too long, this school district has been the definition of a cover-up culture. And that goes a long way in making sure that stuff stays quiet. That deals like in discussions about the closing of the Mosley School go on for 2 years without even the community getting to know that. And the sexual abuse scandal that went on, and nobody said anything to anybody. Everybody uses the excuse, oh my gosh, well, it's a confidential employee matter, or a confidential school student matter, or just a legal matter, so we don't get to know. We get like a one-sentence thing. You guys went in the closed session, and then we don't get to find out much of anything about what's going on. But that's not the way it's supposed to be. We need a school board committed to proactive transparency. You can get rid of the personally identifiable information and still tell the community everything that you are doing. Let's do that. And it starts with hiring a law firm, unlike Farrington Smith, unlike the Pointer Sproul things that are big conglomerates up in Raleigh who don't live in our community. Let's go with the Crosley school firm tonight that is local. They live in our community and are more likely to care about our community and our school district. And people who say they don't have enough educational law experience, yeah, we get the Sink Law firm on the side for that. So I urge you to do that tonight,
Thank
and
you,
I
Mr.
urge you
Perry.
to
Your
stand
time
up
is
for the
up.
transparency
Thank you.
of
Your
this
time is
school
up.
district.
Gavel, gavel, gavel.
Margie Scheffler.
Hello, my name is Margie Scheffler. I'm a retired New Hanover County Schools Family Life Education teacher. I'm here today to ask you to preserve the Family Life Education program, including 5th grade Growth and Changes and middle school programs My Life and Stepping Stones. The current proposal from the central office staff is to decentralize Family Life by placing the current teachers into the middle schools as designated health teachers. This would essentially dismantle the current program. New Hanover County families have come to value the Family Life Education programs for several reasons. Parents value a consistent message from highly trained teachers. Did you know that before they begin teaching their own classes, newly hired Family Life teachers spend several weeks shadowing an experienced Family Life teacher through a full teaching rotation, covering all the grade levels that they will teach? This logistically could not happen with the proposed plan. Parents value safety. Did you know that Family Life teachers have a superpower? In my 18-year tenure as a Family Life teacher, the most common feedback is how comfortable the students seem to feel learning the information and asking questions in our classes. This is our superpower. The Family Life teachers work hard to set the tone for the class, to create classroom boundaries so that students feel safe. Parents value the 5th grade Growth and Changes program. The proposed plan would eliminate it, even though the onset of physical changes of puberty can be as early as 7, 8, or 9 years old. Growth and Changes includes body autonomy, sexual harassment, and how to report it. The loss or alteration of this valuable resource would be detrimental to our children's well-being. I ask you to consider how vital this program is in its current form is for our community. Let us continue to prioritize the desired comprehensive reproductive health education and parent choice as we have done since the program's beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana Hassan. Jana Hassan.
Hello, board. In a room full of educators, I would like to offer a student perspective. I was enrolled into the Stepping Stones program in grade 7 and in grades 7th and 8th grade. And though at the time I thought it was just a fun break from gym class, it actually offered some of the most valuable and sustainable life lessons I've ever learned in my entire educational career. I do not remember the last time I had to calculate the area of a square or recite the preamble or equalize a chemical equation. But just last week, I had to tell my friend, who was a PhD student, that HIV can in fact be transmitted through needles. I had to tell my friend, who was actually engaged, how children are created. And a very distant aunt died due to complications of a surgery called re-virginization surgery, which is something, unfortunately, in my culture is very common, which is the belief that you can become a virgin again after a rape or elective activities can be performed through surgery. So I'd like to say, even though on paper I have the lowest education amongst all of my extended family, I knew the most about consent, advocating for my own bodies, how diseases are transmitted, and so much more. And it wouldn't be possible without the Family Life Educational Program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last call for Natasha 2. I don't see her. That concludes our call to audience.
Yes.
All right, board members, if you'll make your way back, please, we appreciate it. We have a long agenda ahead of us. All right. Yes, ma'am. And there was a quick question. We do have 4 board members here, so we can start. We will have a closed session at the end. It's under old business if you renew it. Ms. Walker, if you refresh your thing, it'll show it. She put it on. Okay, we will carry on. Next item of business. We have most of our board members back. Is the consensus items. I would entertain a motion to approve those items. Anyone? Hello? Consensus items? Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the consensus items. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we're moving forward now. Here we go.
Give me a minute, that's all.
All right, is there any discussion? Anybody want to pull anything off to discuss? If not, all in favor of approving the consensus items, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Carries 7-0. Next, we have our policy consensus. Turn that over to Ms. Mason.
So on our policy consensus, we have 2 policies that were NCSBA substantive changes. Because 3460 had a part removed, we are asking to remove the policy 3460R, which is the regulation, from the manual. So I make a motion that we approve policy 3420 and 3460 and remove policy 3460R.
I'll second that. I beat you all to it that time. All right, is there discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Passes 7-0. Carrying on, we had added a policy discussion of 7,300 and 3,200. Ms. Bradford, you brought that up, so I'll allow you to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to temporarily adopt the changes that you have before you. These language changes to policy 7300, staff responsibilities, and policy 3200, section selection of instructional material. And yeah, I move to adopt, to temporarily adopt them until until this board can meet in June if it comes through policy, but temporarily adopt it now because it's an emergency situation, and move it through the process after the fact.
Can you share with the board why you feel it's an emergency situation, please?
Yes. If people have been paying attention to the news, there are situations all over the country where there is discord, there is racial discord, national discord. We had an incident at UNC Chapel Hill, which I'm surprised some people haven't seen yet, where the American flag was dropped, and it took the interim chancellor to come out with a police escort to put the American flag back up. I have been talking about this policy change now since I think November, and I've been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. I could see that this was coming, that we would have a need to strengthen what our policies are, so that if there's any, it's a deterrent. It's just simply a deterrent because of what's going on in the climate right now, with so many people being so divisive, and to be honest, so much anti-American sentiment in our country and in our state.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll carry on conversation, discussion. Would someone like to speak against that motion? Mr. McManus.
Well, have we had anything that's happened locally that would demand an urgency that we
pass a policy, which we've not discussed, I would like to make sure that what we have in place is policies for discipline and expectations, be that with staff and or students, would be the first thing that we would do. I don't want to overreact to something that happened in Chapel Hill. And Chapel Hill's been known for reactions for decades. But we haven't discussed this, and I just don't feel comfortable passing something when we have not had a reason to do it yet.
And I think I need to clarify, I believe she said temporary, so it would only be.
But temporary is right now.
Okay, yeah. I'm just making sure that everybody
I'm
understands
against
it's
it. That's
temporary.
just reacting. To me, that's overreacting right now. We don't have a reason for that.
Okay.
That's like saying I don't like what somebody said tonight. They don't understand what we do. Well, we need to pass policy right now. We're not going to let people speak anymore. I mean, I just don't think we need to react to this. But anyhow,
Someone
I
like
didn't
to
say
speak out in
that.
favor. Barnhart?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that our schools should be a place of activism. And the reality is, I know as former policy chairperson, this was something to question, to even say, what are the grounds? What is the jurisdiction as far as school regulations that are feasible? And so I do feel the sentiment of my fellow board member, the cause of concern, just to lay those expectations. Because when you have different school personnel, different parents coming to you and say, what's the protocol with a display about Palestinian flags in the school? What's the protocol of display of Israeli flags in the school? And my comment to them is, I don't believe that school should be a place of activism. And so the reality is we don't have such policy so that there is room for interpretation at every one of our schools. And I would like to see this policy move forward.
Ms. Walker had her hand up first.
I have no problem. I mean, I'm an American. Obviously, I was born here. I have family that goes very far back. I don't see this policy. First of all, I don't know what temporary means. I don't think we've ever passed anything that was temporary. First of all. Second of all, it seems like more of a restrictive policy than a positive policy, because we already display American flags and North Carolina flags. We already do that. So what this looks like to me is that you can't display anything else. And I don't know where that goes. I feel like it's clear that it's in support of everything that's American, which is fine. That's what we already do. But it looks, I mean, we all took an oath to the Constitution. To me, that's the highest law that we have. And I feel like if you do this, it's almost like we're trying to restrict people's speech. I personally also have not seen anything that, has risen to the level of an emergency policy. I just don't understand why we would be doing emergency policies. I don't get it. The proper way is you do it through policy committee. You have a discussion. You allow the public to weigh in on it. That is American. That is democracy. But to pull a policy that most people have not even seen and just say we got to pass it right now, it does not make any sense to me. So I'm very much against this. Until it goes through policy and we have a robust discussion and let the community weigh in on it, I don't see how we can do this. I just don't think it's right.
And Mr. Vogel, would you please let us know or share with us the terminology, the temporary versus the permanent? I think that's a big key discussion.
Yep, absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
Policy 2410 on policy development does require the board to go through a formal policymaking process that includes submission to proposed policies, whether it's a new policy or revision to an existing policy, through the superintendent and the policy committee. But policy 2410 also provides for temporary approval. That provision of temporary approval is within a subsection regarding new policies. But if the board wants to temporarily approve a policy pending formal consideration through the policy committee, I think it would have a strong legal basis to do so, so long as it justifies what the emergency condition is or special event that will take place before the policy can be formally adopted, because those are the elements within policy 2410 that would justify temporary approval pending the board's formal process.
So we have had a person speak out against it. Do we have anybody who would like to speak out for it? Mr. Bradford?
I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I have found that being proactive versus reactive is a much better way to approach things. And if you watch the county commission's meeting yesterday, they are being proactive on what's going on county property. This is a proactive measure. If nothing happens, we're fine. So I do not want to be in a reactive situation. I do not want to have the police come onto one of our campuses and deal with an issue without having something in policy that sets out where a policy violation could occur.
Thank you, Ms. Crayville.
So, just so I'm clear, are we talking about, which one of these policies are we talking about?
Right now, we're talking about both of them because they're brought up together.
So we're doing it as a lump?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say, the last time I looked, we are not an authoritarian nation where we seek to squelch the voices of dissent or those that are different. So why then would we want our district to be doing that? So, Dr. Faust, first of all, and then so next, policy 2330, letter B, second paragraph, says no action can be taken on a policy that has not been significantly noticed. And so which policy are we going to go with? Are we going to go with the one Mr. Vogel suggested, or are we going to go with policy 2330 that says that we cannot? So yeah, you can look it up. And then, so we also, policy 3200, which is one online that we're talking about inserting there. The policy we're looking at is old. It was adopted in December 2020. A quality review checklist is no longer required. I would think that our curriculum liaison and policy chairs, past and present, would already have picked up on that to know that we've already looked at this policy several times and it has not come up. In policy 7300, to me, this is just a pile-on of policy 7205, which is more disrespect of our educational professionals. And I'm thinking that Dr. Faust, he sent us in a board memo a very long list of what everybody has in their classrooms at all levels. And there are things in there like pictures of my husband, pictures of my wife, pictures of kids holding hands, pictures of, let me go back to it real quick, sorry. I tried to memorize them all, but I couldn't. Inspirational quotes, the framed photographs, again, that was in there, the a numbers game, see something, say something, that all these things, see something, say something is not part of our curriculum. And actually some of the curriculum may be that we're taking out, that we want to take out some of our social emotional learning or these kind of things, or some of our family life kind of things. So those aren't, we're about to throw out those, curriculum kind of things. But our schools are going to be looking more like prisons. Even inmates can have pictures of family and special interests on the wall. And these are First Amendment rights that we're taking away from teachers and students. We're sending off our future teachers who all said that they wanted to make our classrooms more inviting and engaging for all students to make sure that everybody felt included. And now we're sending them with the message that we don't value this at all and we're not even going to allow it. So I'm having a real hard time with that. The Policy 2120, Code of Ethics, letter A1, says we need to obey all applicable and state and federal laws. This, to me, is a Title I, a First Amendment right violation all across the board. We have a curriculum committee meeting on May the 20th that will be led by Dr. Faison and Dr. DeWalt, where we'll talk about 3210 to be discussed. Why is this an emergency? That we have not had that kind of stuff in our classrooms at all, and we have had some students making fun of others, but that wasn't because of anything that was posted on the wall in the classroom. We had some people on this board that wanted us to have teachers take down signs that says this is a safe space, where students who want to come and talk to teachers about issues going on in their family, they're not even allowed to have this would not allow them to even say, I'm inviting, I'm welcoming, you can come and talk to me. So I'm just looking at this going, wow. is this how we mold our students? Mold being a word I heard recently at a meeting. What's the difference between molding our students to think the way we want them to think versus indoctrinating our students? So it's just a matter of semantics, and I think this is just another way to impose some people's personal feelings on a lot of different things, and we're piling it on to our educators who we are trying so desperately to keep in the classroom. So this, and then to the last thing, Ms. Bradford had just said, I've been delayed. Well, if you go back and we watch policy committee meetings, I'm not attacking, I thought you were going to gavel me. That policy 5210 has been pulled off the agenda 3 times now. So it's not being delayed by any of us. It's being delayed by Mrs. Bradford. So I just,
Okay.
thank you. I'm just stating a point. You can go back and watch 3 policy committee meetings and you can see that. So anyway, so let me make sure I have all my notes because I won't get back to be talked to again.
Okay.
And I would like to make a motion that if we must vote on these, which we're not allowed, we're going to be breaking our own policy, that they be done separately.
Okay, I have no problem in splitting the vote. That's not a problem. Okay, anybody like to speak for it? Yeah, Mr. Vogel?
Well, from what I heard from Ms. Grable, I'm not sure whether that was a motion to amend that, because there's a motion on the table right now.
I'm going to take off my
It's been
motion. I retract it. I retract it.
Okay, very good.
Not a big deal.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak positively about these? No, okay. We have about 2 minutes left in my timing. Would you like to speak one more time, Ms. Walker?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead, Ms.
You
Walker.
usually get 2 goes at it, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes, so yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I just, I'm trying very hard not to be personal, so I really don't mean to, but I feel like this is reactive, but it's reactive to nothing, because nothing has been happening. I think this is kind of I feel like it's kind of a back way to just, limiting people's free speech in the classroom, and it bothers me that we're doing it this way. Also, I would like to know, maybe our attorney can answer this, if they have a previous look at this policy before the rest of us did, because I don't think that's fair. I mean, if our attorney's going to know all about what we're doing. Mr. Vogel, do you mind answering that question? Was this shown to you? Mr. Vogel, was this shown to you? Mr. Vogel, if I ask you a question, you please answer it?
Well, he's going through me like you're supposed to. You're supposed to go through me.
No, he's not a board member.
I know, but you're supposed to ask me, so we should go to him.
I mean, I am, though.
I understand.
Can you please answer the question? I would like to
Yes,
know.
please answer the question, Mr. Vogel.
Yes, we had a chance to review it and determine it compliant with the First Amendment.
So you did, but nobody else did. The public did not get a chance to see this. This is my point. I don't think that's right that we do this when the public, this is what we're supposed to do. This is our job. We're elected by the people. They should have a right to see this too and voice their opinion on it. I don't think it's fair that everybody's seen it, but I haven't seen it.
All right, we are at our end of our 10 minutes. At this point, we'll go ahead and vote. And again, please understand that this is, as was brought up, no, we're done with the discussion.
I just want to know which
excuse me.
policy we're going to violate.
Okay,
We're going
again,
to
we are
violate a
done.
policy, but which one?
You're done.
Thank you.
Please be quiet.
You can't kick me out.
I can.
No, you can't.
We can take a 5-minute recess.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute
Let's take a
recess.
5-minute recess.
You and I need to talk, Ms. Grable. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're back in session. Mr. Vogel, would you please share with the board your interpretation of Ms. Crable's question about breaking policy. Would you say 2300? I don't remember right now.
Which policy are we going to violate? 2300, 2330, where no action can be taken without something being duly noticed? Or which one are we going to, that one?
Mr. Vogel, please. Thank you, sir.
To repeat, it's our view that if the board chooses to move forward with this, that it do so by only seeking temporary approval of the policy, pending the board's formal approval process that would include consideration by the policy committee and then ultimately approval by the board, full board, if the board so chooses. Temporary approval is a concept that is contemplated within Policy 2410, Policy Development, Adoption, and Review. Admittedly, it appears in the subsection regarding adoption of new policies, and this is a revision of an existing policy, but nonetheless, it's our view that there would be a strong legal position if the board chose to approve this on a temporary basis, temporary approval, pending board full approval through the process, and it would be recommended, and I think we've heard it today, that there be some justification as to why this would constitute an emergency condition or a special event that will take place before formal.
Quiet, please. Deputies, if you would please, I need you guys up in this area because we're not going to continue to have talk. Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr?
So just to finish my thought, so long as the board on the record states what it believes the emergency condition is or event that will take place before formal approval. Those are the two types of items that justify temporary approval.
Again, we are done with our 10 minutes, so at this point we will be voting on accepting Ms. Bradford's motion for 7,300 and 3,200 on a temporary basis. Ms.
I ask what temporary means, how long?
I believe it would
I would like to modify the motion if she doesn't have one.
Ms. Bradford, I believe we would go through policy this month. Is that correct?
I never heard of any time frame.
Yes.
Policy this month, then full board vote next.
And the next policy committee meeting is on the 21st, so that's in 2 weeks.
It would be in place until the 21st, or until next June's board meeting. Yeah, in June 4th. Okay. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
I'm sorry, did you say Ms. Walker? No, thank you.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Mr. McManus? Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
I cannot believe this. No, no, no.
And Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Passes 4-3. Carrying on with our old business climate survey, Ms. Walker.
I think it's breaking the law, but.
Okay, we have a climate survey coming up. Ms. Walker is taking the lead on that, so I'd like to share.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just needed a minute, because I didn't have the words.
Okay, take your
I don't
time.
have the word.
Take your time.
Okay, so basically, the board voted to do a climate survey of staff. I have, Mr. Chair, it gave me, Mr. Wildebohr gave me the task of compiling all the questions, and I have done so. And so at this point, I have got them all together, and I do have them printed out here. I will give them out to you after, because Ms. Barnhart wanted to see the list. All I did was put everybody's together, and I just put it in a list. So I have that to share with y'all. So I am meeting tomorrow via Zoom to discuss how that will roll out. I'm hoping that we do it in the next week. And it is going to be done in coordination with the university. I'm sorry, I'm just thrown off by that last conversation. I apologize. So I don't, The hope is to get it out before, obviously, school gets out. I know we get out in about 3 weeks. I think aside from year-round, I'm not sure how that's coordinated with the year-round schools, but we should be getting out in the next 3 weeks. So we would like for it to be rolled out in the next 3 weeks with all the questions that everybody has submitted and get the results. And I'm going to go ahead and say they probably won't be done by next. They might be done by the next meeting, but we want to give people a couple weeks to take it. And by that time, hopefully it'll be June that we'll get it. But if we don't, it will be July. So I apologize. I'm thrown completely off right now. Does anybody have any questions? I see.
I was going to say, Ms. Walker, first off, I want to thank you for putting, for doing that. I was kind of combining, and you said I'll do it for you, so I appreciate you taking off my.
I'm happy to help.
Questions, Ms. Barnhart?
I echo the thanks to you, Ms. Walker, as well. You said you have not compiled them, or you?
No, I have. I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because prior to going out, I would like for the board to be able to officially approve the survey and see the list of it prior to going out. So I would like to have it done before we leave for the summer, but also I'd like to see the survey before we submit it out. So I thought that was the impression whenever we left this last time. And then as far as you said, the UNCW School of Government, they will be the ones collecting the data?
No, that would be UNCW School of Education.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it took time for board members to get them to me, and I wanted to make sure I gave everyone time to send them. And so I have that, now I have them. So, and that happened probably later last week. So it's going to roll out as it rolls out, which means when people get me the things, then it'll happen. But yeah, I'm going to have a discussion tomorrow, and I will keep you all up to date on how that progress goes through email or however you call me, and I can tell you. But I did compile everybody's questions here. So, and I have brought everybody copies. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you. I'm just, I was agreeing with Ms. Barnhart that it would be nice for us all to see, and that we are respectful of each other's decisions to put those down and not to veto some questions because you don't like them.
Pasted, so I didn't change anything, remove anything. It's just everybody, but I don't have everybody's names on them. I just figured y'all knew whose questions were. Just out of respect for everyone, just have them in a list.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford and Ms. Mason?
You had said that you were meeting next week by Zoom with whom? Professor at the university. That's going to help
with somebody in the School of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if we've got 4 weeks until our next meeting, and we want to get it out before school ends, which is in 3 weeks, I just see
we want to get it in the next week. We would like to get it out in the next week.
Okay,
so
get
it gives
it
them
out
a
in the
couple
next
weeks to
week.
answer. Yes. Yeah, it shouldn't, once the questions were submitted, then I was able to do the next step.
And so
yes.
Where in there would we, like Ms. Barnhart said, where in there would we be able to see it?
Once the questions they get the questions and we can get it in, then I should be able to send it to you guys.
Ms. Mason?
And my question would be, did you find many duplicates? Did you take out any duplicates, things like that?
Thank you for asking that question. That's a very good question. So that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow, because the teacher working condition survey just came out, and so there may be some duplicates from that. We don't want to repeat what's already been asked, because those results came out. Anybody can go on there and check out all the results of that. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure there aren't any that are repeaters on there, but, and drill down on what you guys have asked us to drill down on.
Can you give us the total number? I know you're going to give it to us in a minute, but.
Like I said, without going through and eliminate the ones that was already on the teacher working condition survey, I don't know, but I can do that tomorrow.
Okay.
I can say it tomorrow. But like I said, I have them all right here, so I can just hand them to you and you can look at them. Some of you may have duplicated some, but I felt people asked slightly different things, but it ran the gamut, so I'll show it to you. And if you have questions, just let me know, and I'll be happy to answer if I can.
Other questions? Once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, Ms. Walker, thank you very much. Going on to new business.
Well, before can I ask a question?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Just before we move into legal, since we're going to be talking about that, What is this board's expectation of Dr. Faust about things on the wall? Are we expecting that principals go through and sweep their schools tomorrow and start and take away from instruction time to rid their classrooms of things, or are we expecting teachers to come in early or stay late? I'm just curious as to how that, I know Dr. Faust is going to manage all that, but I just want to see what our board's expectation of is this ridiculous thing we just did.
I'm not going to even answer that, the ridiculous thing.
All right, take out the ridiculous. This thing we just did.
I appreciate that. I think we'll give Dr. Faust a little time to look it over, and I'm sure he'll come up with a very succinct plan to work with it.
Okay, so if I walk into a school tomorrow and things are still on the wall, am I supposed to report people? If I go into the school on Friday and things are still up, am I supposed to report people?
We will share, again, we will trust that Dr. Faust will carry it on as he does with all the policies. Carrying on to legal services. My thought on this is we'll have a robust discussion of this, giving everyone an opportunity to be heard, and then we will take a vote. We have 20 minutes allotted to this, so that should give us plenty of time as long as all the board members do understand that we have 7 members, so that gives us approximately 3 minutes each, a little less than 3 minutes each to speak. And if we can do that, that would be wonderful. But let's start with, does anyone have a motion to start out with? Sorry?
I move that we adopt Pointer Spruill as our legal counsel.
Okay, we have a motion, let me get my pen out. Motion to adopt Pointer Spruill.
I'll second that.
There's a second from Ms. Walker. Okay, we'll start the discussion there. Who would like to speak out in favor of Pointer Spruill? Say it right. Ms. Walker?
Would Ms. Grable, like, since she made the motion, be the
I
first?
don't care to go first or last. It doesn't matter to me. But I'll go ahead and start. This is my first time to go around. If we look at the RFP, I want to call everyone's attention to that before we even get started. That the main thing in there was that we are supposed to be. Oh, here it is. Looking at and rating each of our candidates on, it says the first thing is that we want a legal counsel that is well-versed in education law, particularly federal and state statutory and case law, governing public education, special education, civil service, human resources, and general municipality matters in North Carolina, and provide a broad range of legal services and prepare legal documents. We each filled out a rubric of what we thought that how each person was supposed to each firm that was supposed to do, and must be a firm in good standing, which we established that they are, and that they have 11 in their education group, must have demonstrated experience in local government with a preference in Board of Education representation. They currently represent 16 boards. They have represented over 50 boards of educations over the years, and they specifically noted that they have Title IX experts on their staff. The attending attorney was identified. They do have a minimum of 2 years of experience in boards of education and in Robert's rules. In fact, the attending attorney has 20-plus years in education law experience, and especially with EC law. Last, the broad experience, the one I named in the first place. They have experience in all of the areas listed above, in scope and services in the RFP, plus Title IX, Safe Schools Act, discipline policies, procedures, First Amendment issues. They are current on education practices through general subscriptions and professional journalism, professional journals, memberships, and training for self and boards. And number 5, should be able to demonstrate qualified backup representation. They have a very deep education law bench, and they have many other areas of expertise on there. So for the public who does not know, we had to rate them as such. 0 does not meet the standard, cannot be scored, no qualifications were submitted. Number 1 rating, many of the qualifications are not present. Number 2, most qualifications are evident. Number 3, almost all qualifications are evident. Number 4, all the qualifications are evident and met. Number 5, all the qualifications are met and exceeded. And I present to the board that they are fives in all of these categories. With over 200-plus years of experience in education law, they are a bipartisan law firm, or nonpartisan law firm, and which is what all education law firms should be. And one of their counsels even said, it's very different to be a school board member, school board attorney versus a municipal or other board attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Grable.
And they
That's
have
3 minutes.
trained Title IX investigators on their team.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to speak against Pointer's rule, please? Hearing no one? Okay. Would anybody like to speak for Pointer's rule? Mr. McManus.
Well, I'm maybe not speaking for or again. I'm trying to look at the statistics and not make it a personal decision. The group that's local can be nicer people. Matter of fact, the guy and I met duck hunting one time, so I gotta like him. He's a duck hunter. But they openly, and I really appreciate their integrity by saying they had no experience. Now, somebody's gonna say we're gonna save $20,000 in travel money if we take somebody local. I get that. What I don't get is I can't support Tharrington and Smith as much as I like to Jason because they have somebody working for the insurance company, which we're having to deal with. And that leaves Sproul. Sproul they've worked in every facet from every level, from the federal to the courts to everything to deal with exceptional children. And if you haven't read lately, there's been a couple of articles about the exceptional children arena is now the biggest issue for school systems in the country and the most costly. And Sproul, if you look at their credentials and their experience, they have an absolute very, very strong arena in that area. And so I think they, on paper, meet the criteria for what we need and what's going to be in the future. So I have to be positive about Sproul. What's left?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and speak out. I was actually going to speak positively towards Crosley, but I'll use that as a negative. First off, we talk about supporting local businesses. We love local business. We have CTE, we have the chamber. We are just so passionate about local businesses. However, when local business steps up to the plate, we say, nah. You know, they were truthful. Mr. McManus, I agree with you 100%. You know, they could have easily said, you know, well, we could do it this way, we could do it that way. They were very honest. They said, and how much, the last time I'm not going to say last time you hear an attorney be honest, but I think they hopefully are. But, you know, you think about it, they didn't, you know, go away from their shortcomings. They were honest about it. They said, we already have, which we do. We have a contract signed with both Perner Sproul and with the other sinks to cover special education. So, Mr. McManus, I couldn't agree with you more. I am going to mention that you know, we spend a lot of money right now for attorneys to drive down the road from another jurisdiction to us. And both of these firms would do likewise. You know, I did hear anywhere from $12,000 to $25,000. That's an equal, $25,000 is somewhat equal to our TA's pay. And we talk about we want to save every job we can possibly save. That's $25,000 that we're starting out. You know, I'll say it was partly my fault. I thought we could trust folks. I was asked, Ms. Sutton came to me before, and she was very honest. She said, do you want us to sequester folks and keep them apart so they didn't hear each other's things and we're able to attack, or not, she didn't say attack, but it ended up being, let's see what shortcomings they have so we can attack them when it's our turn to speak. You know, and they went first, so they didn't have that, you know, maybe they would have done that too. I can't say if they would have or would not have. They care about our schools. I mean, they couldn't have said that enough. We have kids in your schools. We've had students in your schools. We're a local firm. You know, I just can't see how we can, as a board, say how important it is. We talked about what the Chamber did for us. You know, the Chamber of Commerce of our local businesses. You know, and I'll close my little section because I'm just about out of time. But, you know, if we value local businesses and one steps up to help out, what do we say? We want corporate America, or we want to buy local? So that's my thoughts on that. Anyone else like to speak?
I would like to speak.
Ms. Walker. Oh, anybody like to speak first time first?
I haven't spoke yet, so.
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. Nope, you just seconded. I'm sorry. Yes, you did. You're right. My mistake. Go ahead.
Okay. We had a rubric, again, that we set that clearly outlined what we were looking for, and we all scored them. Pointer Sproul is absolutely qualified. They don't have a history with us like other firms do, and that is what we need. I'm looking at the scores that we all gave, and they're at the top. The other firm, as nice as they are, as local as they are, and I'm not saying anything negative about them personally, they even say they are not qualified in education law, and that is what we asked for. So I might like them all day long, even though I don't know them and they're our neighbors. I just don't think they're qualified for what we need. And if we are being serious with intention about what we need for this district, we will pick the firm that is the most qualified to serve us in every capacity. And I'm looking at our scores, and Crossley did not get the highest. They were the lowest. And Pointer Sproul was near the top. So I hope we do not choose a law firm that will not serve us the best, because that's what I care about. It's nothing personal to me. I just think that if we're doing our jobs, we're picking the ones that are most qualified, period.
Anybody like to speak first time? Or we're going to anybody second time? Go ahead. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I spoke up about this a few months ago where the area of concern was special education. Our policy allows us to utilize different area of expertise in the event that we choose to do so as a board. And so a few months ago, we did that. The reality is, looking and being told things in closed session, we have personnel, we have bonds and forfeitures, we have special education, and then we have someone who gets to sit up here on the dais and help educate us whenever we are not in the right order of Robert's rules. So the different facets of what law firms do for us and the capability of the attorney, I think for the third firm, which is the local firm, the biggest area of my own personal concern is special education. This board has also agreed with me because we have a specified special education lawyer. So where my area of concern is still remains, and we also have provided an answer. I think the chairman brings up a good point about looking at the dollar amount. I mean, that was why we opened up a year ago looking for different legal services to begin with, was looking at ways for us to save money for the district. I would still like to do that.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
Well, two things. One, has anyone, I haven't, asked Ms. Farnham, with her background and her experience, who she thinks would be best suited to deal with the exceptionality arena, but you don't want her to, so okay, that's out. Number two, would you like to share with the public? And I know you're going to say no, but to call, I want somebody to, do you want to share how much we spent with lawyers this year, particularly in the exceptional arena? That would be a great measuring stick for everybody about the qualifications of who we want to be our attorney. I didn't divulge any secrets.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Crable, would you like to speak again?
I do. So back to those qualifications. When we look at must be a firm for, if we're talking about the Crossley, I was waiting for that discussion, but it looks like I have to go now. Yes, they are all in good standing with some questionable history. They must have demonstrated experience in local government with a preference in Board of Education. They said that they have many years of experience in local governments, but did not tell us how many and who they were. No Board of Education spirit. The attending attorney was not identified until the very last end, and he said out loud, I've never even been to a board meeting before, and I'm going to have another attorney be my co until I'm ready. They have a keen familiarity with Robert's rules, they say, but they did not mention that they had done any training or ever, and had no evidence of ever doing that training. When we talked about all the areas of practice, there's no evidence of special education, legal frameworks unique to boards of education. They do have some employment law, workers' comp, insurance defense, but how does that really translate into The unique situation that we have is that we have children involved, not just employees. And to your point, that yes, we want to be local and that we have reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, but all of the businesses that are working within our schools are all very qualified subject matter experts in their field. This law firm, Crossley, is not. And the mention of a qualified backup, they have 5 people on their board, and the person who's supposed to be the backup was too busy to even show up to the presentation. When we look at $19,728, let's just say that that's $1,644 times 12, which is what Mr. Vogel charges. That's $19,728. If you look at what both of the Raleigh law firms, they were going to charge anywhere from $800 to $1,000, times that by 12. So now we're talking $9,600 versus $12,000. We have a multi-million-dollar budget, and we are going to quibble over $20,000 of travel expenses at the expense of putting our school system in jeopardy. Our board has many discussions in closed sessions that probably should be an open session. We need a lawyer who's going to bring us back in and talk to that so that the public has access to the business of the board that they are entitled to hear. How are we going to ensure that the due process for students' privacy rights, student records and student discipline, Title IX complaints and resolutions? I don't believe that Crossley can manage all of that. We're going to have to pay even more money to bring them up to speed on just what education law is, so they know that they're not qualified to handle it, and then we got to go out and find people to do that and bring them up to speed. And then do we need a lawyer that knows the law on custody matters and parental rights? Crossley definitely doesn't have any of that. And if we look at our consolidated matrix, and if we are all data-driven, which we say that we are, we had 84% of people picked Tharrington Smith by their ratings, if they were truthful. We had 67% picked Crossley. That's not even 2/3.
It's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this point, we are going to go ahead and vote. The vote in front of us is for Perner Spruill. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
And Ms. Bradford?
No.
That's defeated 4-3. I would entertain another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we work with the Crosby, I'm going to mess up the name, Crosby McIntosh firm with the adjusted values as followed. The partner rate, which would split the difference between Tharrington Smith and Poynter Spruill, to be $250 per hour. The associate rate would be kept at the $200. The paralegal rate would be moved down to $110 per hour. And the named attorney that would be working with us for the time being would be Norwood Blanchard.
Okay. Is there a second? I will second that. And we'll have a discussion. Would someone like to speak out for the Crossley Group? I already have, so I'm going to stay with what I said before. I'll start. And again, I think it's a local business. I think that they're truthful. We do have a situation, as we've already shared, that they were very truthful about the fact that they are not strong in EC law, and they were very upfront about that, and they were willing to work. They mentioned in their dossier several local government boards that they worked with. So I think that they are strong in that area, and I think it is a situation that we can work forward with them. So is there someone that would like to speak against them? Again, we're at 3, I guess we'll say it 3 minutes. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot believe that we are going to potentially hire attorneys that are not qualified to be our attorney. As nice as they are, as much as I liked them, they are not qualified to handle the things that we need. We are a very large school district, and that is what is the most important thing, not whether we want a smaller firm, a larger firm, or we think someone is good for us or not in a general sense. I just think hiring someone that scored, obviously, we're doing this again. I mean, I feel like we've been here before. I mean, we've scored them the lowest, all of us, well, except for a few, but if you add it up, they are the lowest, which means they are not qualified to defend us or whatever. And I'm just nervous of what's going to happen. What is it going to cost us in the end? And I don't mean just in money. I mean in a lot of things. I am very, very concerned that we won't get the service that we need, and that will be a disservice to our students. So I hope if they gets passed and they're the ones that get hired, I really, really, really hope that we are not going to regret it, but I am concerned that we will.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Barnhart.
Mr. Chairman, like I said before, my concern lied in the area of special education law. So in my motion, it's still an assumption that we are continuing to work with the special education lawyers that we currently have named as a board. So I just want to reiterate that because that has been my area of concern. I'm still holding true to that. I do not want that to go away. So with that being said, if there's another area specific of concern from my fellow board members that they would like to discuss further beyond that, then I'm open to hearing about it. But for me personally, that's where it's coming from, and I intend to keep that.
Mason? I'm sorry. Is there anybody that would like to speak against it?
Against, that's me.
Against, yeah. Crable and then
Okay, so if you remember back to the presentations, Mr. Kromke was very pleasant, but all he talked about was how they were all fathers of children in the schools, not one bit about their how they're going to represent us. Mr. Kromke also said that he had met with resistance from the school board on resolving some special needs issues for his son. How are we expecting him to defend us as the school board if we've already come in with that? Ms. Barnhart's suggestion that Mr. Blanchard be our attending attorney, we had also interviewed him to do some other work for us, and he turned us down. So why now would he want to be our attending attorney? Did he turn that work down because he thought he was going to be guaranteed this job? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So
Quiet,
he
please.
said that we are fast learners. Well, maybe they are, but we're going to pay for all those ramp-up costs because we've already had an attorney who had to do some of those kinds of things, ramp-up costs, and we've had to pay for them because they've been on our invoices. We had one board member who asked the question, who do you discern on who you report to, the board or the district administration? And so we're already establishing like lines in the sand on who you can talk to and who you can't. They are very pleasant people. They are not qualified to do the work of a multi-million-dollar, 25,000 student, 4,000 plus employee. They have done only civil law litigation for League of Municipalities. They've done some construction law, but they haven't done anything with academics at all. As far as like knowing student records, knowing if a student is getting all the services they need, whether they are IEP students or they're AIG students. So I'm just very concerned that we're going to cut off our nose to spite our face to have somebody that's in our community that doesn't know what they're doing to represent the best interests of all of our 25,000 students. And they are our primary concern at this point. $20,000 is for travel expenses is a drop in the bucket when it comes to all that we have to manage and defend ourselves against.
Thank you, Ms. Crable. Ms. Mason.
I'm actually not speaking for or against. I had some concerns myself with this particular law firm. And some of the big ones were the EC arena, which, as mentioned several times, we do have covered until 2025. So that was squelched. The other concern I have is, as mentioned by somebody in the audience, Title IX. There is new legislation with that, and I want to have strong guidance on that. And I was a little apprehensive when I heard their response to that. And so those are some of my bigger concerns. I do appreciate that we would be saving money in travel. I think that that's important. I do think it's important to have an investment within the community. some of the bigger corporations, the bigger law firms do not necessarily have that personal investment in the community. I am uncertain at this point as to whether they would be the best representation for us.
Anybody else? Let's speak. All right, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? This is again now to accept the Crosley Group as our law firm.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Mr. McManus? Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
And Ms. Bradford?
No.
Okay, that's defeated. We will carry on with another motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue with our current law firm, who is qualified. And at the same time, I would like to point out that we have policy against board members vilifying, character assassinating vendors. And if we continue to do that, I am going to insist that we enforce our policies. We cannot vilify this local law firm. We need to stop vilifying anybody. It's out of order. It doesn't abide by Robert's Rules of Order. So I'm making a motion that we continue with our current law firm.
There's a motion to continue with Vogel Law Firm. Is there a second?
Can I amend that?
You may.
I would like to, if it's okay, add that we would put out another RFPQ to acquire more bids on possible other attorney firms.
Can you put a time stipulation on that, please? The next 2 months and the next week?
Immediately.
Immediately.
Immediately, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you in favor of that amendment? Okay. Well, is there a second on, so are you seconding hers and then amending it? I'm confused here. Okay, all right.
She doesn't have to second
No,
hers to
that's
do an
right. So,
amendment.
is there a second on Ms. Mason's amendment? Let's go to that first. Well, we're gonna have a discussion after we need a second somewhere. I need a second somewhere. So Ms. Mason's motion is to amend Ms. Bradford's motion to continue with the Vogel Law Firm and put out another RF. Is it P or Q? P, thank you. P. Is there a second to Ms. Mason's motion?
Ms. Chair, was there a second on Ms. Bradford's motion? I didn't hear the second.
There was a second on hers. I didn't hear it.
I don't know if it was there a second. I thought that Melissa started.
Did you?
She changed.
You did? Okay.
I did.
Okay, all right, let's go back to Ms.
Sorry.
Bradford's original motion to
I will
stay
second
with-
that.
Okay, now we have a second. All right, you are correct. So Ms. Mason will second that.
And
that-
make the
and then-
amendment to, oh my Lord, to put forward an RFP immediately.
Okay, is there a second on Ms. Mason's amendment?
I'll second it just so we can have some discussion because I've
Okay,
got some things to
So we have a
say.
second. Second on the amendment. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the amendment, then we'll go back to the original motion. So the amendment here is to put out an RFP immediately.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, let's speak, who would like to speak forward positively for
I
that?
don't know if this is positive or negative. I
Okay,
don't
well,
think
go ahead,
this
Ms.
is,
Walker.
I don't
Jump
think
in.
it's against
Jump
a firm.
Jump in.
I want a point of clarification because we have our current attorney until June 30th, correct? Why do we need to keep the attorney if we already have him? That was my question. I mean, putting out an RFP is fine, but that should be the motion, but we already have, right? Because it's May and then June, so.
But I guess because today, if we make a decision on another group, then we will not have Mr. Vogel anymore.
After
Well,
June
until
30th.
June 30th, we still will.
Well, until June 30th, but correct. But let's talk about her motion right now. Yes,
If I might.
yes.
I mean, the time that it's going to take to go through the process again, to send out the RFP, and then to get the bids, we have to have that time frame. In addition to hearing from more attorneys that may overlap in when the contract ends. So just making sure that we're covered until we have that.
So yeah, so just to follow up, if you don't mind, if we do that, then we need to change our RFP procedure because I think it's not been working. I feel like what we've been asking for, or at least we need to make it clearer or something, because I've been following the directions 3 times now, and I've scored them according to what we've asked, and it just doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter. So we need to define what we're looking for, because if we have special education, a law firm right now doing that, what are we actually looking for? We need to figure that out as a board, because we can put all the RFP proposals or whatever out there we want. We're not going to get people that are going to come to us with proposals. I don't know if we can run out of people, or I don't know how do we tell more people. I'm just confused about the process. Maybe we need to figure that out.
That's a good point. We'll go to Mr. McManus and then Ms. Craybill.
It's not funny, but it's interesting that I predicted this from the very beginning, that we would get to this moment when somebody would say, well, let's start over again so we can keep Mr. Vogel. We gave weight to each attorney. Anthony Smith actually turned out to be first. Sproul was second, and the local group was last considerably. We went through the motions. An attorney for a school board is absolutely one of the most single important. It's got to be a part of this. We've done the process. I'm upset, but I'm handling it so I don't lose my cool. This is nothing but a ploy to start over again to keep Mr. Vogel.
I'm next.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Craybill, and then Ms. Mason.
Why did we go through the hours of presentations?
Your time is done.
Well, put me out then, Pete.
Why don't you
Take me
call
off
for
my
recess
committees
and
and
go
put
get
me
back in
out.
the back
I'll
room?
go with Craybill because this is absurd.
Mr. McManus.
Go ahead, put me out.
Craybill.
Do it.
Okay, Hugh, you'll just get a talking to back in the room, so don't worry about it.
I'm not going back there with you. You're going to put me out.
I believe that this is a disingenuous attempt to make it look like we're going through all the right things because we believe in getting the right counsel, and all it's doing is coming back to another council that has not served our needs. If we remember when we went back, when we did these evaluation processes, Mr. Vogel was also last, and it was insisted that he was allowed to make a presentation and then he was voted on. So we got to just get our priorities together. And this is not the way to do it. That I would rather see us, because first of all, if we put out another RFP, we're going to get the same people and we're going to have this same conversation again. So perhaps now is the time that we think about hiring internal counsel, where Dr. Barnes and his team would be getting resumes, interviewing people, and then we have somebody up here that we know is going to be experienced and because we wouldn't hire them if they weren't. And then we could make that call on our own on you're good at this and not that. We can make the decision right away. So I don't think we can make a motion on top of a motion on top of a motion. So I'm going to have to vote down, Melissa's motion. But maybe now is the time we talk about general counsel, because we're just going to get the same people again. And even if we change the policy, in my heart, I believe that if some people on this board don't want it, then they're going to lowball and they're going to make sure that we get everybody in, and they're going to make up reasons that we need them. So those are my thoughts.
Ms. Mason.
I'm going to try and be as respectful as possible, because there's been a lot of accusations that have been hurled. My motivation was to find a good attorney that did not have any conflict of interest at all, and none of the 3 were any of those things. You can believe me, you cannot believe me. But both Pointer Sproul and Tharrington have worked with Liberty. And I don't feel Crossley is qualified. I am allowed to feel those things without any further motivation. And I find it highly disrespectful that individuals are calling that out.
Now I'm going to speak next. Mr. McManus. Thank you. Thank you. Number one, I think we all remember when we had some votes before for other things, appointments, etc., when people were lowballed so that other people would get the position. And that's another situation. But this particular situation, I spoke about who I thought was a good firm. I think that was a good firm. I've spoken before about the whole idea of this pre-screening, and that's why, we had to go through it, but it was, I don't think I've changed my scores. So I think it is any kind of ulterior motive that I may have anyway, in saying that I think this group is the group. We had somebody up here with a sign today that reminded us of, one group that said that keeping students safe in our schools was not, our job as New Hanover County Schools. That was put out. What that young lady had up there was very true. So to me, that's got to go into your well, there's the sign. Thank you for bringing the sign back to me. Exactly what we're talking about. So, me saying that this group is, my best group, or the group I thought, look at my scores. Look at, what I said. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that people's integrity are being called into question here. But it is what it is. That's what I guess we have to deal with here. Ms. Barnhart, then Ms. McManus.
Mr. Chairman, procedurally, there's a differing opinion of two different legal counsels and representation. If I am correct, I'm not able to do this because I voted yes for the Crosby firm, but if anybody wants to consider a motion to reconsider either of the two firms, somebody in the negative would have to say, I make a motion to reconsider to vote on this. Otherwise, the same legal counsel stands. So that's something for us to consider as a board.
Would you do it? Sorry.
This is something for us to consider as a board. If this is not the direction that individuals want to go with, I have already stated that I'm in favor of the local entity with the specialized education law being stayed in place that it currently is.
And before Ms. McManus, I do stand in error that Ms. Bradford has not had an opportunity to speak, so let her speak, then you, Ms. McManus.
I think something that we're overlooking here is the choice of an attorney isn't a personal choice.
Correct.
The board, the seven of us, have the opportunity to express a personal choice of which law firm they want. And to be honest, we don't have to give you any reasons, because the choice of someone to represent you legally, to go to court and represent you legally, to advise you to keep your tail end out of the slammer, is your choice. And I think we are ignoring that when we make accusations about other people's motives. It's a personal choice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. McManus, and then we're going to...
Well, most people are data-driven. I am too, if I have it. So let me share something with you. Please bear with me. Sure. So when we did the consolidated matrix, when all the board members, this is not confidential, is it?
Nope.
So let me tell you how everybody on the board voted. Let's start with Ms. Bradford. She gave Tharrington Smith 10, Pointer Spruill 10, and the local 25. That's fair. She can do what she wants to do. Ms. Mason gave Tharrington and Smith 21, Pointer Spruill 20, and she gave the local 18. So that's why I'm surprised. Mr. Wildeboer gave Tharrington and Smith 21, and then Pointer Spruill 18, and Crosley 23. So you did. You're the only one who gave them more votes, other than myself. And Barnhart, 20 for Tharrington Smith, 19 for Pointer, 18 for Crosley. So why is it not fair for me to be suspect when each one of you who want to change, you voted against? You absolutely, here's proof that you're not being totally right in what you're saying. I just sheet of paper, they voted against it. Now they want it. I mean, what do we do? What do we do this for? What are these exercises for?
Mr. McManus, can I?
But the intent was there.
Can you read my score again, please?
Oh, you were the one that, you voted for
So
first.
you just said all three of us did, so I didn't.
You're the only one that voted for Crossley, that gave him the highest score, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I did.
So
Thank
that's
you.
written.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead, and we are running out of time here, so let's go ahead and vote on the amendment here, which, again, please, Ms. Mason, would you remind us of your amendment?
To continue with council, current council, and put out an RFP immediately.
Okay. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, for clarification, are we voting on the amendment first, which was to add the RFP? And then
Yes.
it will go to the original motion, which is to continue with council. So we're voting on whether or not we're putting out another RFP.
Yes, that was the
Okay.
original motion, her original motion.
Amended motion.
Be a separate motion. I just don't understand why they're confused, because one motion is, I'm not trying to be funny here, I'm just like, I feel like, to Ms. Barnard's point, we're voting on doing an RFP, why can't we just have that as a standalone motion? Maybe because we already have current council till the end of June, and I understand doing an RFP, and that's fine. I just don't know why we're doing it on top of each other. You think it'll go past June 30th? Is that the suggestion? I'm curious, because if it is, then we have to re-sign, or, if it's going to go past.
Let's ask Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, how long would it typically take to put out an RFP
We
in
usually
your?
like to give ourselves at least 2 months.
2 months.
That's why we started so early,
So
because
it'll
then
go
we have
past
time to
June
leave the RFP out, to give people time to respond, and then to go through the evaluation process.
Okay, there you go.
Mr. Willibor?
Ms. Graybill.
So, do we even know if Mr. Vogel wants to continue on? He didn't put in an application in the RFP, and so we didn't have a chance to hear from him again, to even consider him in that. So, does he even want to? And he didn't apply.
Vogel, would you like to answer that, please?
It would be an honor to continue to represent the school board. And even if we didn't have this circumstance, a lawyer will continue to represent his client and not leave his client high and dry.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? This is again for the amendment, and then we'll go back to the main motion.
Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Ms. Walker,
No.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus, Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
and Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Okay, that's still defeated 4-3. So, we go back to the main motion. Ms. Bradford, would you please remind us of the main motion?
I moved that we continue with our current legal counsel as an extension, and I will,
You can't change your motion unless you tell us.
yeah.
Okay, so the motion is to continue with the current legal counsel.
So, Mr. Wildebohr, do we have to vote to continue something, or do we just continue something? Because his contract is due on June 30th. So we weren't given notice that we were voting on Mr. Vogel at this point. So, I think obviously we need our lawyer to weigh in, but he's weighing in on himself. So, do we have to even make that motion to continue what we do that all the time in policy. We are not making a change, so we don't move it forward. So,
Mr. Chair.
We do have a motion and a second, so it's on the table. Mr. Vogel, would you
doesn't mean it's
weigh in?
good. Jermaine?
The board can make a motion, even if it's something it doesn't have to do. It can make a motion.
Okay.
And a motion has been made and seconded.
Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Mr. McManus, Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
No.
and Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr, I'd like to make another motion, please.
Passes 4-3.
Just do it. Just do the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we, while we're keeping Mr. Vogel until June 30th, that we search for a in-house legal counsel.
Okay, there's a motion. Since we're talking about legal services, it would be Jermaine. Is there a second?
Second.
Walker. Discussion. Ms. Grable, why don't you start for us?
So we can't seem to agree on what the qualifications are for legal counsel to adequately and appropriately represent us. So why would we not consider the option of having a full-time employee where there are no travel expenses? The person would be part of our community, would be willing to do that, would give us impartial, nonpartisan advice, and he would be managed by our superintendent and in conjunction with perhaps the HR, because they would be the one that would create the job description for that. So why would we not want to have someone on our side? And then we would be very much in control of the lawyers that we pick in a very timely manner, because it would already be brought to our attention. Because they're not going to lose their job because they don't have that expertise. So I think it makes sense to have someone on our staff.
Okay. Is there someone that would like to speak against in-house counsel? Ms. Bradford?
I may have mentioned a minute ago, it's a personal choice. And when we have a law firm that we choose to represent us, if the majority of the board decides they want to make a change, then we have policy and procedure for that. If we hire a year-round lawyer, they're on the payroll, they get benefits, and to fire them is going to be almost impossible. I am totally and absolutely against it. And if you remember, way back when Mr. Vogel first spoke to us, staff told us that they were not in favor of that budgetarily or whatever reason they gave. This is a personal choice of who you want to represent you as your legal counsel. I don't want HR making that choice for me. I don't want anyone else making that choice for me. I want to cast my vote, and here we are.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak for it? Ms. Walker?
Yeah,
Yeah, she didn't hear.
thank you. I feel like we've come to an impasse because we have had, like I said, we've gone through this already, and it feels, and now we've just had a vote to keep the council we already have currently. It doesn't expire until the end of June. I didn't think we had to approve ourselves for things we've already done. I mean, if we were going to vote on that, we could have done that at the end of June to do an extension or whatever. But we weirdly just voted to keep somebody we already have. I'm confused. So I, as a person that's I'm busy just like everybody else, and I have had to do this process twice now, which I feel for nothing. So if we're going to go forward, we need to be intentional about what we need and what we're looking for. And I'm sorry, I don't want to waste my time anymore. I mean, it's valuable to me. I don't know if y'all care about my time, but I've done this so many times. And I am trying to understand what we are trying to find here for our attorney. Do we trust to do the education law, the special, whatever we need to decide it. For right now, the only thing that I feel is on the table is hiring somebody to be in-house that checks all the boxes that a lot of board members have said, local, part of the community. I mean, I just don't know what else to do unless we had an RFP thrown out, but it was attached to an extension. I wasn't against doing another thing, but I just feel like if we're going to do this, can we please have parameters and follow them? Because I'm looking at the scores and it said we scored them on their qualifications, but I don't feel like we all did that. And so I don't know. It needs to be, we need to do it with fidelity, and we need to do it and promise each other that when we look at it, we're looking for certain characteristics, or we change the process either way. I'm tired of doing the same thing over and over again because I feel like it's a waste of time. So that is why I seconded Ms. Crable's motion, and unless somebody has a better idea, I don't know how we go forward, because we clearly, we have a contract ending, so.
I just want to remind everyone we have about 50 minutes left in our time. We do have a closed session that we do have to get to.
We're already over by an hour, you know. We only had 20 minutes allotted to this.
I know, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, exactly.
My question is, where do the questions come from that we fill it out? Is it pulled from the RFP, or are they questions that we can adjust, adapt, so that we're
questions are you talking
covering for our evaluation of the law firms, so that we're covering all of the concerns that we have heard and seen come up? Is it possible to change the questions?
Ms. Sutton?
So the board can make the determination of what they want included in the RFP, and they can also make the determination on how they're going to evaluate, but the evaluation should tie back to what was asked for in the proposal, because that's how the firms would know, how to respond. But yeah, so the RFP that we used is a template that the state puts out, and we have tweaked it a little bit in the past, and we've continued with that format, but certainly the board can make adjustments to that.
We do have a motion, and again, we are...
Mr. Wildebohr, have I spoken twice? I don't think I have on this one.
No, but we also are running out of time.
I know, but I want to make this statement to us as well, is that in response to another board member's comment that we don't have to tell the public our reasons for how we vote, we are elected officials, and we do. We are accountable to them, and we are accountable to say why we made the decisions that we have. And so, and I asked for, but we didn't get I would like to see each one of our personal evaluation so that we can kind of see and help. I mean, if we'd had those ahead of time, like I wrote down all my notes on why I gave the number that I did. And it might help us if we could see how each other evaluated letter number 2 or number 3. It might help facilitate the conversation, because we may be seeing the same thing in a lot of on a lot of these characteristics. And if somebody's seeing something glaring, then that would be, so that's a matter of public record too. So, anybody can see whether we choose to say them out loud. Anybody's going to be able to see those. So I just wanted to bring that out. And then also that if our board attorney is in-house, then we have to follow the same sort of rules about talking to an employee. And we will lose, some of us will lose our intimate relationship, perhaps, with legal counsel. I mean, you get to, because you're our board chair, and it says it straight out there. None of the rest of us have any of that unless you choose to give it to us. So it doesn't matter whether they're an employee or legal counsel, but we'll have different policies that we have to follow, which I think would be a good thing.
Bradford, and then we'll...
One second. I would like to remind the board and the audience that there are 3 open seats on this board in November. You will be able to vote for new board members.
That is not germane to this discussion. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Wildebohr. Point of order.
Okay, there is a point of order been brought forward.
In 6 months, we'll have a new...
Point of order, gavel, take her in the back.
And I do find that is in order. So let's vote.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowie? This is, again, Ms. Crable, refresh your memory.
That we seek to hire in-house counsel.
Ms. Bowie?
Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
No.
Mr. McManus.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr.
No.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
And Ms. Bradford.
No.
Okay, that ends our legal discussion. We're going to carry on with our Title IX discussion. Mr. Vogel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really going to be more of an announcement than a discussion, even though it's under new business. I'm not suggesting a vote or anything. I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, at your suggestion, wanted to let the board know and for the listening and attending public know that on April 19th, the Education Department issued new Title IX regulations. These are federal regulations issued by the federal government. Title IX is a statute that prohibits sex discrimination in education programs. These regulations focus primarily on the response that a school district or university or the recipient of federal funds needs to make to reports of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Also deals with your basic sex discrimination that does not involve harassment or assault. For the school board, and this is something that I'll be advising you in closed session. There are, various changes that will ultimately have to be made to procedures and how the school district processes reports of sex discrimination. And maybe the item that's in these regulations that is getting the most attention is the fact that for the first time, the regulations would define sex discrimination to include, among other things, discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And that is a first for federal regulations. And that's something that I'll be talking to the board about and providing advice about. These regulations go into effect on August 1st unless a court blocks the effectiveness of the regulations. And I mention that because there have been several lawsuits that were filed last week seeking to block the effectiveness of the regulations. How that litigation, proceeds remains to be seen. Several lawsuits in several different federal courts in several different states involving states and organizations.
Quiet, please.
But between now and then, we have a final regulation that goes into effect on August 1st, and I just wanted the board to, know that that was the case, because this is a very important regulation.
And we'll have questions and answers in closed session, correct?
Precisely, yeah, be happy to answer.
Okay.
So I attended a workshop put on by ATICS, which is the Association of Title IX Associates, and nothing in this new policy, these new regulations, warrants closed session discussion, because what we're going to have to do is and this is where I am thinking that this is one of those things that the public has the right to know what those changes are in there, and they really are talking about a lot of administrative changes to our policy. So we shouldn't be talking about policy things in closed session. We should be talking about them out here. And I'm not even certain that, and I don't know this, but has our legal counsel talked with our Title IX coordinator about this kind of thing? And I think we should be having him present. Now, I know his supervisor is sitting right over there, but his supervisor did not attend this training. Mr. Henry did attend this training, that we're also going to be required to follow both sets of guidelines depending on when the incident occurred. So we're going to have to follow what was in place in 2020, and if appropriate, we will follow what's in, when appropriate, and we'll have to follow others in 2024. So it's my understanding from this that there is nothing that we're going to hear in that room that can't be said out here, because it's not talking about, he's not going, unless he wants to give us guidance that says, hold off, don't do these until we get the final rule, then he can tell us that in closed session if he wants. That's his legal advice. But as far as the updates, that's not closed session material, in my opinion. I'd like to hear it here.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. We'll carry on now with our legal stadium report. First off, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Walker. She was named as vice.
I'd like to make a motion that we hear the Title IX up.
Excuse me, I'm speaking now. You are done. Thank you.
And we're breaking the rules again.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. You're out of
welcome,
order
Mr.
again.
Wilmore.
Third time today.
Yeah, take me out.
Don't. Ms. Walker, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I'd like to congratulate you on being named vice chairman of the Legion Stadium Committee, and I'd like to hear your, yeah, absolutely. And I would love to hear your report, please.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, did you have something to say, Mr. McManus? No, I'm just messing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had why have I got Title IX here? This is the weirdest thing. At Legion Stadium meeting we had, was it 2 weeks ago? Thursday, I believe. Yep. Mm-hmm. So they gave us an update on two things. Yeah, here's why Title IX is important. It's because we had a Title IX audit that basically told the district that we had a couple of facilities, New Hanover High School and Hoggard, women's softball, that needed to be updated to bring up to code, to bring up to Title IX improvements. So because we work with the city of Wilmington, New Hanover High School, and the city and the county and the school district, we only got the update for New Hanover High School's women's softball. They are we heard a report from Matt Bransett from LS3P that basically told us the timeline and what the changes were going to be to Godwin Stadium, which is where the Hanover girls play. The start date for improvements will be May 13th, and they should end by the end of December. They're going to do batting cage. They're going to redo the batting cage and the retaining wall. They're going to put new modular units in there instead of the underground dressing room they had, which apparently was not very good. It was very old. They are going to, the dugouts. They're going to replace the concrete blocks and paint them. The bench system is going to be mounted on the wall with a helmet, and they'll have bat storage. They will also have a small storage facility and a safety fence at first and third base. They will be replacing the sound system because that is outdated. There will be a new foul pole, a new scoreboard replacement, and a new batting tunnel. I'm trying to give you all the good details. Basically, they're going to redo it. Oh, and an interior HVAC for humidity control as well. So they're going to really do a lot of updates to improve the women's softball for New Hanover, and we hope that makes them more competitive with the other schools. That is, like I said, it's going to happen and be finished by the end of December. So we're looking forward to that. The next update. Anybody have any questions about that? Yeah, isn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing a great job, and hopefully Hanover girls are going to kick butt. Anyway, so the next update we have is for the turf, the Legion Stadium turf update. We originally Legion Commission approved that, and we wanted to get it started in January, but I think sports was still going on, and so they ended up moving that. What did we say? Let me look at my notes. I was going to get these last week, y'all, but now they're still here. Now I'm at the mercy of my handwriting. So they put bids to contract. That was another reason it took a really long time. When you put a bid out, you've got to get people to actually return bids to you, and that was another reason for the delay. They got 2 bids, and it looks like they chose Spirit Turf, and it came under bid. They tend to put out the bids a little bit higher just in case, but they actually were under bid, and so whatever's left over, they're going to return to the city and the county and the school district. The lifespan will be for 8 to 10 years, so we are at the next meeting in July. What we're hoping to do is look at capital improvement plans going forward, so we can kind of start saving money up. Come 8 to 10 years, we can replace the turf again. Let's see. It's going to be striped, and it's going to have the logo on it, and it is going to be a lot better than it is right now. Let's see what else I've got here. Oh, so they said it should be done. They're going to wait. It's going to be done in June, because before it was December, like I said, and they got the delay, so it's going to be in June now. So hopefully, come the next season, we're going to have brand new turf, and it is going to be awesome because that's Hanover's home field. That means we're also not going to have graduation at Hanover. We're going to be in Brogdon. Is that correct? For anybody that's listening, I guess we're going to be in Brogdon instead because of the turf. Let's see. But like I said, next meeting is in July. We're going to actually look at I think she said 5-year capital improvement plan for the three entities, and then we'll report that next time. So, anybody have any questions?
Excellent report, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. And now,
I'm
you
just
have a question?
Yes, thank you. Was it ever discussed why we don't have graduation at UNCW anyhow, all the high schools? It's so convenient, it's
Air conditioning.
It's air conditioned. It's just,
Covered.
Wasn't it a money issue?
it sends a strong message about the seriousness.
Eddie would probably know. I think it was a money
Actually,
issue.
Let's maybe Dr. Feston answer. Why we
Okay,
changed? I think it was during COVID.
It was during COVID, and the principals liked it, and that's why we continued with it. It
Principals liked it.
Yeah.
Like what?
At the schools.
And so do the families and students.
Okay, well, I won't comment on it.
I would tend to agree because my children graduated and UNCW was chaos. I'm just saying it was hard to find
It was in and out. I
parking.
remember that, yeah.
I mean, it was a lot. So I kind of like the home the home
It was
field
cool, though.
advantage.
It was definitely cooler.
So if two
Yeah.
high schools wanted to go could they go?
It's kind of
They
expensive.
have an option? Just curious. Fair question.
But we hadn't planned for that this year. Graduation's within a couple weeks, so we would have to.
Well, I'll be this year.
Yeah, we would have to get with the principals and see what they want. That's not a decision that we have made. Once COVID came, and then we continued with it, and no one said we wanted to go back. And so that's where we were. It would have to be all or none.
I mean, I prefer it.
Ms. Bradford?
Do they charge for that, Dr. Faust? Really?
And we're going to carry on with Ms. Walker it's a Ms. Walker show right now, which is great. But yeah, next we have the task force. Ms. Walker?
I got the next one too, y'all.
Yeah, I know, you're all three.
I got head start too. So I had presented it last meeting. We were supposed to give all these updates last time. I did kind of send out a little sheet with some statistics on it. If you don't have it, that's okay. I'll send it to you again if you need it. I just want to say, I want to first of all thank you, fellow board members, for your support and wanting to keep this work of the committee going. I think I got a heads up that we might be making an official committee soon. We believe this is the most important work that we can be doing, and we can't stop doing it, for the students that need it the most. Well, I believe we definitely should be celebrating our successes because we have a lot of them. Our work is far from being done, and that's the reason for the task force in the first place. Unfortunately, there's the issue of disparity and poverty and inequality in our schools, for which our county, with the wealth of our county and geographic size, it just doesn't make sense to me that we have schools that are so far apart, even though we do have great schools. I'm not going to say we don't, but so, for example, we have over 1,500 schools in the state. Based on EOGs, we have some of the very highest performing schools right here in our county, and that's something to be very proud of. But we also have a couple that are towards the bottom. And so, with the work of the task force, that's what we're hoping to kind of keep. We're probably about at a year now. June will be our year. And we've got some really good ideas out of that. Let's see. So we're attempting to address, aligning with our pillars of our strategic plan, especially engaging with our community partners, but it also touches on all of them, which is safety, academics, school environment, supportive staff, and equity and inclusion. It's in June, like I said, we're going to mark our 1-year anniversary. Over the past year, we've talked to principals, teachers, and parents who work in these schools, and they consistently tell us about the same challenges. And I know y'all have been at them, and you've heard it too. So they tell us they need more staff, more qualified humans in the building to deal with a lot of the childhood trauma and that the kids endure. Being in these kind of high poverty schools that we have, it really just compounds and it adds to the trauma of our students. So. I mean, I know I harp on it all the time, and probably folks hate me talking about the trauma part, but it's clear. So all the members that have been there, you've seen it, you've heard from staff members, they're all pretty much saying the same thing. So the last one was their teacher roundtable. And so we have split into 3 subcommittees just for folks out there and for our board here members that don't know. We have a leadership, a community resources, and a mental health subcommittee. And most of the time, my time has been spent with the mental health subcommittee. We have distilled our discussions into 6 broad categories, but some of them go beyond, obviously, mental health. You tend to do that when you get into something, you just expand into other things. So we really should, and like I say, it's on the sheets. So we have come up with some ideas that maybe could help, going forward. Expanding pre-K is a goal, I think, that we want to look at, and I know the county is with us on that. We do have a county commissioner on the task force that has always been supportive of pre-K. Developing summer schools and tutoring programs to ensure that 3rd graders read at grade level. This is the grade where children go from learning to read to reading to learn. Reinventing two of our chronically low-performing schools so they can succeed, which were designated magnets, because I know we've had this magnet discussion, and it's a little confusing, but I have since found out they're not really true magnets, but we've been calling them that. But the whole idea was to help them, get students into the classroom there. We want to create a mechanism to support teachers in our high-poverty schools so they're encouraged to stay and develop a positive culture. train teachers on classroom management. And I know we do some of this, but only reason I'm bringing it out is because these are the schools that actually need more attention. So that's why I'm saying that's what we're working on. Training teachers in classroom management of highly traumatized kids and adding behavioral support specialists in some of our schools. And we were looking at mimicking what Brunswick County does. They do a program called Brunswick County Guarantee, I believe. We have a task force member who is at Cape Fear, and he has already had some discussions with Brunswick County about how they do their program. We would like to bring it perhaps to New Hanover, maybe call it New Hanover Hope, so that all our graduating seniors have an opportunity to go to college. And then we just have to be creative when we work out funding issues. You know, we have people in the room when we have these meetings that are well connected. We have chamber folks in there. And I think we're going to probably revamp our list going forward. You know, it's been a year, and we've gone into these interesting kind of directions. And so we really want people on the task force that want to be involved with building these programs up for our kids. So I guess I'll just say, as an elected board in service to our community at large, I believe it's imperative that we help our students. We all have a stake in this, whether we have children in schools or not, regardless of the neighborhood we live in, because I know we all are at different ages in our in our lives. My kids are grown up, and so I welcome the board's continued support. So I mean, I know we've got a meeting come up in June. I'm not sure how the rotation cycle went last time, but you're on the committee with me now, so I would like to invite a couple more board members for the next June meeting, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair. But anyway, I could go on and on. Anybody has any questions, please get in touch with me, and I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you, Ms. Walker.
That's a lot, y'all. I'm sorry.
And
it's a lot.
don't just keep going, because you got one more to go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me just roll this back here. I got another one. Yeah, we're flying now. So Head Start is the next one. So Miss Smiles actually sent me another update where she texted me and told me. So the attachment is already on there for everyone to see the report. I don't have to read all that to you. But she had given me a list of things, kind of highlights, if you will. And these go back pretty far, but I don't think we've had an update in a while. So she said, she sent me an email on the 9th, said that kindergarten transitioning night was held on March 7th. 8 elementary feeder schools participated in the event: Freeman, Alderman, College Park, Mary C. Williams, Forest Hills, Sunset, Winter Park, and Wrightsboro. They have over 100 students that will visit the following schools in April, which obviously just passed, which is Freeman, Forest Hills, Snipes, College Park, and Sunset Park. Pre-K ensures that every rising kindergarten student will be registered for kindergarten. Senator Lee visited Johnson Pre-K Head Start Center this past month to learn more about our partnership with AppSeed, which provides free learning devices for Johnson Pre-K Head Start Center going on year 2, exploring funding and options for expanding seedling learning devices to all pre-K sites. So that's great. They're excited to share that they have a hosting an early, this happened on May 3rd, mind you, but hosting an early childhood educator symposium. I guess we'll get an update next month on how that went. It just says that New Hanover County Schools pre-K leaders, they're presenting. So I look forward to hearing that update. Community announcement, student placement for the school year 24-25, ongoing recruitment. Please apply for pre-K at the New Hanover County Schools website. Let's see, returning children rising to 4-year-old classrooms are receiving acceptance letters. They were awarded a $30,000 Smart Start grant for the year 24-25, so that's great. I'm almost done. Governor Cooper came to visit on April 16th. Brooklyn Art Museum Academy concert was held, and there was a huge parent turnout. And returning children for the next school year have received acceptance letters. I think I already said that, but they're still working on placing children. They received their funding from May the 1st through June 30th, 2024. And it says it's linked in the report if you want to click on it. And rising kindergarten children have been enrolled in kindergarten for the next school year. So that's the update from Shannon Smiles and for Head Start. That's a lot, but I don't think I've talked about it in a long time. So that's a lot. Any questions? I don't know if I can answer them, but.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. It was great to hear that. I just will point out, as I always do, that of the enrolled students, 256, where'd it go? Single parents are 192. That's 75% of the students involved in this program. I don't think we can continue to ignore the fact of that in dealing with things that we deal with in the school district.
So, Mr. Wilbur, what does that have to do with the work that we do? We can't turn away a student who has a single parent.
I don't think she's meaning for us to do that. Ms. Bradford?
I just think that was, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right.
Okay, so one more, Mr.
Again, Ms.
Mr.
Walker?
I need to make a motion now before the meeting is over, and I don't want to get cut off by 9
Let-
o'clock.
Let me just finish
Okay.
with Ms. Walker. I want to thank Ms. Walker for all three reports. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Craybill?
Okay, so I would like to reconsider the motion that we made, reconsider the motion to accept Pointer Spruill as our attorney. And it says that I can't interrupt the conversation going on, so I waited until you told me to go ahead. Does need a second, debate, it varies. Can we amend it? No. Vote by the majority. So I would like to make that motion to reconsider the decision to use Pointer Spruill as our attorney.
Mr. Chair.
I don't think she's allowed to make that motion. I think it has to be somebody who's the gating individual to reconsider.
Oh, so it can't be me, okay.
But I second.
But she voted with you last
Q, will you do that?
time. She voted with you last time, too. All three of you voted for it last time.
Okay, so then I would like to make another motion to rescind the decision that we made about this temporary policy. Some teachers are already emailing in going, I'm evaluated on having diversity in my classroom. And so does that mean the principal's going to come in and give them bad ratings because they don't have those things up? It's part of our, it says part of the curriculum, but so flags from foreign countries, should be allowed in there. So I'd like to reconsider that discussion, and I did vote no to that, and I didn't bring it up, so.
You did vote no, so you can't reconsider that again. Again, if you vote, just real simply, if you vote against something, you can't try to re-vote that same thing again against it. You have to vote for it. If you vote for it, then you can reconsider.
Then why can't I
That's
bring up Pointer Spruill? I voted for it, and I.
You can't vote because you're trying to reconsider. It was defeated. You can't.
Tell us the rule on that, Mr.
Please explain that to her.
Reconsider means you can ask to be talked about again. And I was for it, and I was outvoted, so I'm asking to bring it back up. And now you're telling me I can't bring up the motion on the other one because I voted against it. So which is it? If I vote yes, I can. If I vote no, I can't.
Mr.
I just
Vogt,
wanted.
would you please explain it to her?
Yeah. It's not a matter of voting yes or no. It's a matter of whether you were in the prevailing group or in the group that did not prevail. And if you were in the group that did not prevail in the vote, then you cannot make the motion to reconsider.
Okay, carrying on, we are going now to closed session, or I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11, the following purpose: to prevent disclosure of information as privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115, 402, and not considered public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of General Statutes, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment or conditions of initial employment of individual or individuals of individual employed or considered for employment with the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Carried 7-0. We are in closed session.
Can we have a bathroom break before?
Yeah,
On the way.
I have.
We don't have a long time.
Yeah,
2
we have
seconds.
20 minutes right now, guys, so.
We have 20 minutes to get through all of them.
Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely correct.
Thank you so much. 2, 3, 4, 5. Back in open, 6. All right, we are back in open session. Because of time, I am going to make the decision that we're going to skip over correspondence. Just quickly, announcements. There will be a policy meeting on Tuesday, May 21st, 10 o'clock. There will be an agenda review on May 28th, 2 p.m. All this information is online here. And New Hanover County Board of Education will hold a June regular board meeting on June 4th at 5 p.m.
Curriculum meeting on May 20th.
I'm sorry?
Curriculum meeting at May 20th at 4:15.
Curriculum meeting on May 20th. Thank you, Mrs. Craybill. At this point, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. We are dismissed.
All right,
We are
can I
adjourned.
have the thing? The paper. The paper.